who knows what could happen here. Okay, now we're live. Thought we were live before. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome as KRC presents the running of the Geico 500 at Talladega Super Speedway for the NASCAR Cup Series. What an event it is going to be today. What will happen? Will we see a 9 different winner in the first 10 races of the season, or will we see maybe one of the original drivers who have won this year to go to victory lane another time here today? Of course, this is a race that brings a lot of underdog drivers to run very, very well, so maybe somebody well below the cutoff line can win, locking themselves into the playoffs, as we are just about a third of the way through the regular season and a quarter of the way through the entire 36 race schedule in 2022. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we are about to get into today's race. I've already gone through the national anthem for this one, but still awaiting, of course, the start of this race. The race is on the main Fox network. For those of you wondering, and there will be a little bit of a delay from what you are hearing on YouTube, so to sync it up to the best of your abilities, you may have to rewind the start of this, or rewind your actual race if you wanted to sync my commentary with it today. Michael Weeks, Derek Booth, Patrick Shadley, welcome. Already 9 people watching, and we still haven't gotten the race started today. This may be a race where we could break a new stream record for the most people watching today. Our concurrent viewer record is just over 460 viewers, so maybe we can hit the 500 threshold today, and maybe we can hit 2,000 subscribers on the channel today. That would be awesome. Sing the national anthem. You don't want to hear me sing the national anthem. They already did it for me. I don't have to do it. You do not want to hear me sing. Well, you probably do want to hear me go through at least, and not sing, just talk about it, and that is today's starting lineup. So you can see the lineup on your board. You'll be able to see the top 30 runners as they run throughout the course of today's race, but for right now, we have to take a look at the starting lineup before this thing gets underway. It is an all Joe Gibbs Racing front row with Christopher Bell on the pole for the second time this season. Martin Truex Jr., who was one of the don't-haves in the predictions video, as he has never won on a super speedway and has not finished in the top 10 in each of the last 12 Talladega races, will start outside front row in second. Daniel Hemrick and Daniel Suarez in row number 2. Daniel Suarez, another driver who was on the don't-haves list. He has one top 10 finish in his career at Talladega. Daniel Hemrick, part-time driver for Colleague Racing in the Cup Series this season, as he will be holding the 16 car, or driving the 16 car, and try to take it to victory lane for the first time this year. Kyle Larson and Kurt Busch will be in row number 3. Row number 4 will be Denny Hamlin and William Byron. Byron, a 2-time winner this season. Denny Hamlin, a 2-time winner at Talladega. In row number 5, it'll be Bubba Wallace and Tyler Reddick. Wallace won the fall Talladega race last season. We'll see if he can go to victory lane, making it back-to-back today. And for Tyler Reddick, still searching for his first career win, has come close a few times this year, including last week at Dirt Bristol, where he was leading on the final lap. Ended up a very close second to Kyle Busch. Justin Haley and Kyle Busch, speaking of which, is in row number 6. Busch was another one of the don't-haves for today's pre-race show, as he only has one top 10 finish in the last 9 starts at Talladega. We'll see what he can do today. Joey Logano and Austin Dillon will be in row number 7. Austin Dillon, a super speedway winner in his Cup Series career, winning the 2018 Daytona 500, but he's never won at Talladega. And Joey Logano is a 2-time Talladega winner, 2015 fall race, and in 2018 he won the spring race. Brad Keselowski and Eric Jones will line up in row 8. Keselowski may be the favorite for today's race for RFK Racing. The Fords have been fast on the super speedways in years past. Keselowski, a 6-time winner at Talladega, most of any current driver. Though all those wins with Penske, we'll see what he can do with his own team today. It'll be Chase Briscoe and Austin Cindric, couple of young guns in row number 9. Cindric, the winner of the Daytona 500 on the only other traditional super speedway racetrack this season. Chase Briscoe has not had a top 10 finish in the first 5 super speedway races in his NASCAR Cup Series career. Ross Chastain and Ty Dillon will be in row number 10. Chastain, a winner this season. Ty Dillon gets his first top 10 of the year last week at Dirt Bristol, looking for back-to-back top 10s today. Michael McDowell and Ryan Blaney will be in row number 11. Blaney, a three-time Super Speedway winner, won in each of the last 3 seasons, including twice at Talladega in 2019 and 2020. And for Michael McDowell, of course, a one-time winner in the Cup Series, last year's Daytona 500, and he also finished second in the spring race last season. We'll watch him today as well. Eric Almirola and Kevin Harvick making up an all-SHR row number 12. Harvick is a multiple-time winner at Talladega, and Eric Almirola has a win here as well in 2018. Harrison Burton and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in row number 13. Burton, the rookie, looking for his first top 10 of the season. In a top 10 and his first career start here in the spring a year ago. And Stenhouse, a two-time Cup winner, both on super speedways as well, and his only Talladega win came in 2017. Alex Bowman and Chase Elliott will be in row 14. Bowman looking for his first super speedway win today. Chase Elliott looking for his second win at Talladega. He won the spring race here in 2019. Cole Custer and Chris Buescher will line up in row number 15 today, both looking for their first super speedway wins. Both have one win in their Cup Series career. Noah Gragson and Todd Gilliland will be in row 16. Gregson making a part-time start for the Beard family machine number 62 car. And in the 38 is Todd Gilliland. We mentioned that Michael McDowell won the Daytona 500, and also remember that Front Row Motorsports has 2 super speedway wins. It was the 38 car that went to victory lane, being wielded by David Reagan back in 2013 at Talladega in the spring. Corey LaJoie and Cody Ware will line up in row number 17 today, and row number 18 will be Greg Biffle and David Reagan. Biffle has never won at Talladega in his Cup career. He had decent speed during speed weeks at Daytona and also led laps at Atlanta, so look for him to maybe lead some laps today. David Reagan and David Reagan on the outside of that row in row number 18 is a former Talladega winner and a two-time Cup winner, both on super speedways, much like Stenhouse. BJ McLeod and JJ Yaley will be in row 19 today towards the rear of the field. McLeod had a top 10 in the 2021 Daytona 500. Yaley looking for a top 10 in that 55 car today. And Landon Castle, who has to start at the rear of the field after failing inspection 3 times yesterday, will have to take a pass-through penalty at the start of today's race. He will round out the 39 car field in row 20 all by himself for Spire Motorsports. Zachary Wall, Ashton G., also welcome to the stream. And again, thank you for everybody tuning in for this race today. It is going to be a fun one at the Talladega Super Speedway. Mike Joy, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Clint Boyer will be in the booth. Boyer will be a little late after driving the Davey Allison throwback car out on the racetrack in the pre-race. No problem for doing this. I love doing this. It's a dream of mine to commentate the real races in NASCAR in real life someday. So to do it on the channel with the capability of being able to do it to you guys live over the internet on YouTube, it is a pleasure. I'm glad you guys enjoy the commentary as well on a weekly basis. I'm going to have to turn the volume up on my... I'm going to have to turn the display capture off for a little bit so I can turn the volume up on my laptop so I can hear the commentating of the race so I know what's going on when the race goes on. So you're going to see a black screen here for a little bit, but that's just because I don't want to get copyrighted. Alright, I think I got it ready to go now. There we go. Now you can see the top 30 once again on your screen, as you will see that throughout the course of today's race. Any lead changes that go on, which I'm sure we'll see quite a few as well. You'll be able to see all the different leaders and how many laps they have led, as well as the cautions and what they will come out for. We know we're getting at least 2 of them with the stage breaks. We'll see how many more we get today. It was a pretty great Xfinity Series race yesterday. A little bit of a longer ending with 3 overtimes. Noah Gragson went to victory lane. Jeffrey Earnhardt in the black number 3 for Richard Childress ended up finishing in second. That was a beautiful story to watch in yesterday's race, and we'll see if maybe Gragson can get the sweep here today. Wyatt Hanson, welcome to the stream. Power went out. Have a sump pump. Man, hopefully you get the power going pretty good. Hopefully it's not hot like it is in my house. I mean, it's not hot outside. It's actually really, really nice. I wasn't sweating much doing yard work, but it is hot in my room. I do have the fan on. Let me know if you guys can hear it too much in the chat. I will turn it off and suffer, but if I start to suffer really bad, I'll turn it back on, worst case scenario. But I don't want that to be impeding with the commentary too much. I have it on low right now, but it's like directly next to me. I'd maybe put it in the back of the room, but then I don't know if I'm going to get much of it hit the back of my chair at the same time. WL line rule will be in effect, yes. Terry Lewis, welcome to the stream as well. "20 degrees outside. Where do you live? That's insane. I live in Northwest Ohio. It was literally snowing on Monday, 3 degrees or something like that, and had about a half-inch of snow that actually stuck to the ground when I was on my way back from Bristol. I didn't have to drive in it or anything. There was still some snow left on the ground when I got home later that evening. But then, now we're here. Yesterday it was like 84. Today it's like 86. I don't know what's going on. And then it's supposed to be back to like 43 degrees, I think, for a high on Wednesday again. So weather's all over the place where I live. North Dakota. Oh, okay. Yeah, I really hope you guys get that power going. It's got to be grueling. Dale Jr. talking with Martin Truex Jr. right now.
Man, everybody's talking about it every time we come to these plate race tracks. You've never won here, but you did win both stages in the Daytona 500, man. That's got to make you feel a little bit better about your chances today.
Yeah, it really does. Our car was really fast back there in Daytona. Like you said, won the first few stages and had trouble with bits and got in the back and got wrecked. So, hopefully today we can be fast enough to keep this fast road clear up near the front and just do all the little things right, make no mistakes, keep that track position. And, of course, you always need a little bit of luck to not be around the crashes.
Well, you got your teammate on the front row with you, so tell us what the plan is when the green flag drops.
Plan is to try to get in line here on the laps and feel it out and see what we got. So no idea really, if handling's going to come into play much today, we're not sure. So just feel all that out, take care of that stuff, and go race and hopefully be around again. I think it's going to be the key.
All right, Byron, thanks for talking.
You'll be able to hear all driver interviews both at the end of the stages later today and any other driver interviews throughout the course of the race if maybe we end up seeing a red flag situation or drivers coming out of the infield care center after accidents. Hopefully we don't see any today, but if we do, then you guys will get to listen to those as well. Also comment down in the chat below not only if the fan is impeding with any sort of the commentary or if it's too loud for you guys, I will turn it off, and then also if the volume on my TV was good enough for you guys to be able to hear that Martin Truex Jr. pre-race interview. They're obviously on the pace laps right now, and they will be going green here in the Geico 500 very, very shortly on the channel. I do have enough battery life on my phone to get through most of the race today, so I will be able to have the live chat on without flipping it back and forth on you guys. We'll quickly go through the pre-race predictions that I made during the pre-race live stream, and then I'll give you guys, of course, who those drivers were. The must-have picks for today to watch out for our spotlight drivers were Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney was my pick to win. Hamlin will be starting in 7th. Ryan Blaney will be starting back at 22nd. The two sleeper drivers that I predicted to get top 10 finishes today as well would be Brad Keselowski, who rolls off 15th, and also Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who will be starting 26th. 3 drivers on the don't have list this weekend that I told you to stay away from in your fantasy lineups. Those 3 drivers were Daniel Suarez, who actually starts in the 4th place position, Martin Truex Jr., who starts outside front row in 2nd, and then Kyle Busch, who rolls off 12th. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We'll see if we can get to 2,000 subs today. I know we are only 7 away from 1.8 thousand. We're definitely going to get there easily today. Probably within the first 20 laps of the race, if I had to guess. Today's stages are split 60 laps in Stage 1, 60 laps in Stage 2. The final stage a little bit longer. It'll be 68 laps, pit road speed at 55 miles an hour. Fuel window estimated 38 to 42 laps. That's give or take, especially considering the fact that this is the first race at Talladega with the next-gen car. So we don't know 100% that is a fuel window, but that is educated by Fox's own Larry McReynolds. 188 laps, 500 miles will be the scheduled distance. We saw the Xfinity race go 3 overtimes yesterday, so we'll see if we go past the scheduled distance today. It's the first Talladega race that will be live streamed on the channel since the fall, of course, last year. That was the only one we did last season. We only had 12 races we commentated for this year. We will have 22. And this is race number 7 of 22 that we'll be commentating this season. And the 6th for the Cup Series. Michelle Marie Cave Miller, welcome to the stream. They're in turns 3 and 4 right now. They will be going green this time by. Of course, the start-finish line at Talladega is about 2/3 of the way down the front stretch. Different from any other track on the circuit as well. 2.66 mile track at that. Pace car is on pit road, and the field rolls into the tri-oval, and we are about to go green. A bright, beautiful, sunny day in Talladega, Alabama. This is going to be a fun one. Hopefully it is another safe race this season for the Cup Series. Fans are on their feet everywhere, and a packed crowd at Talladega on hand. Christopher Bell chooses the outside for the restart. He'll lead the field to the green. We are underway in the Geico 500 at Talladega. Quickly, Bell pulls down to the bottom in front of his teammate Martin Truex Jr. on the bottom lane to get the Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas in front and try to control the pack early. Suarez didn't get great help from behind by Kurt Busch on the start, and Tyler Reddick is already inside of him in third. A little bit better push on the outside down the back straightaway for Kurt Busch to the back of the 99, and the 99 pulls alongside of the 19. That was actually the 16 car, not the 8, that is third in line on the bottom as well. Suarez still gets a great run, great synergy down the backstretch from the outside. Truex locks bumpers, though, back on the bottom with Christopher Bell on the front stretch. Bell controls both lanes into the tri-oval, and it should be Christopher Bell leading lap 1 at Talladega by about a little less than a car length over Daniel Suarez, who still leads the outside lane. Joey Logano trying to squeeze in line behind his teammate Ryan Blaney, almost forcing the 42 of Ty Dillon a little bit wide. It's actually Austin Cindric in the Bright 2 car today, not Blaney. That is very weird to see. Getting the paint schemes mixed up already. Trying to get that on the fly as quickly as I can. Now there's a third lane being started a little bit further back, and that is Austin Cindric, who somehow got shuffled out of line, even though Joey Logano in the 22 car was trying to work with him for a little bit. Maybe Cindric went high and Logano decided, no, I don't want to go to the top yet. There's not enough cars, as there's really only about 3 of them in that outside group. Lap 2, that last time by, was led by Daniel Suarez as he swaps the lead back and forth right now with Christopher Bell, still side by side for the first couple laps of this race. Didn't see a lot of single-file racing in the Daytona 500 earlier this season. I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of it out of the next-gen car today, barring a at least big accident in the early going. And we'll hope for a clean, safe race, because if it is clean, we're going to be seeing a lot of the same style racing we're seeing in the early going right now. 4 laps into this race, 2 by 2 through the field. Nobody really able to make any moves to make one line a little bit faster than the other. The inside had the initial great jump just because there was better pushing effort from the 19 to the 20, but then once we got a half a lap in, the outside really started to take off a lot better with Kurt Busch working well with the 99 of Daniel Suarez. Suarez has 1 top 10 finish in his 10 career Talladega starts, looking for a second today. This is his 3rd start with Trackhouse Racing at Talladega in that 99 car. Better pull on the bottom off of turn 4 that time. Christopher Bell getting out a little bit further, though, ahead of Martin Truex Jr. Bell still leads that lap by about a half a car length over Daniel Suarez. Couple drivers middle of the pack have tried to work themselves forward a little bit. Drivers who started outside the top 20 who are now just outside the top 10 would include Bubba Wallace and I believe, well, Joey Logano's only up to 16th. He was right around 13th about a half a lap ago. Wallace might be the biggest mover in the early going of the... no, actually, Wallace qualified in the top 10. So Wallace has dropped backwards a little bit. The Toyota cars have been really trimmed out this weekend, with both 2311 cars qualifying in the top 10, as well as a couple of the Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas qualifying on the front row of Christopher Bell and Martin Truex Jr. It's maybe something that we would usually see with the Hendrick Motorsport Chevys, but that was not the case this weekend. So I wonder if the Hendrick Chevys might be more trimmed out for the race rather than qualifying. But Bell and Truex trying to control the pack on the inside really well. It's going to be easier with clean air with the cars faster than the trimmed outside, but when they're back in traffic, will they be able to handle with the same great effect? It'll be interesting to see, because they are not going to be able to stay out in front. At some point, they are going to be back in traffic throughout this race today, whether it is after cycling to pit stops or they just flat out can't hold both lanes back like they are in the early going so far. Daniel Suarez qualifying well also, so he's probably another car that is more on the trimmed outside of things. He's had a lot of clean air on the outside. Bell hasn't really gone high to control the outside a whole lot. The controlling of both lanes has simply just been the bump drafting down the straightaways from the 19 to the back of the 20, especially on the front stretch. It seems like the back straightaway is where the outside gets a little bit better of a pull, maybe more transitional efforts from the top of the track to the flat of the straightaway on the exit of turn 2 versus the exit of turn 4, with the front stretch being a little bit more banked. Not really a lot of side drafting going on right now either, for the most part, as they're kind of staying away from one another. A third lane is starting to form up a little bit more, with more cars in it. About 5 or 6 cars in that outside lane, 3 by 3, from about really 20 to 25th on back. There's a few drivers who dropped out of the lead pack that have fallen off of the pace just a little bit. Landon Castle, of course, had to take a penalty very early, and actually really everybody is starting to go 3 wide now, as Joey Logano's the first car in the third lane. He's got Brad Keselowski, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. behind him. Between all 3 of those drivers, they have all won at Talladega. Blaney now the 4th car. Kyle Busch slides up in front of Logano, who nearly gets squeezed into the wall by Tyler Reddick in the 8, and they're 4 wide in the tri-oval, and Reddick is the lone car who is going to start to go backwards, as he has to hold his lane, still splitting him 4 wide into turns 1 and 2. One car way up on the outside, I believe that is Landon Castle, who had to take the pass-through penalty, so now they're all trying to get around him 4 wide in the middle of the pack. William Byron jumps up in front of the 18 of Kyle Busch now. He was clear. Very racy 3 by 3 action in the first 9 to 10 laps of this race. Suarez pulls up in front of the 24 on the outside in the middle of 3 and 4. Abandoning the middle lane where Kurt Busch was pushing him, and now Busch leads the middle lane with Austin Dillon and Eric Jones behind him. Crazy racing in the early going of this one. And outside of Landon Castle, the other 38 cars are in the lead pack. 1.7 seconds separates first from 38th on the grid right now. Byron lane changing again, now down to the middle, putting 2 Chevys at the front of the field and abandoning Kyle Busch and Joey Logano on the outside lane. Byron second in the middle, though, still behind the 99 of Daniel Suarez. Couple cars hopping out of line to try and play it safe right now, not liking the way things are looking. That would be Denny Hamlin and Bubba Wallace. So definitely a strategizing plan from the 2311 owner and one of the 2311 drivers. But they were the only two to really back out of it on the back straightaway, going down to the apron. Putting themselves at the rear of the field as it is getting very, very racy in the first 10 laps. Maybe more racy, I think, in the first 10 laps than what I've maybe ever seen at Talladega. Aston Township, welcome to the stream. That 3-wide group is really from about 4th on back. The top 3 on the inside lane are really starting to control a little bit more of the pack, and that would be led by Daniel Suarez now in the 99, as Suarez and Byron were able to get ahead of both Bell and Truex and pull down to the bottom where they wanted to go. Now it's 5th on back that they are 3 wide. The 16, the 45, and the 18 leading the way with it. Fox headed to a commercial break. And we'll take a rundown of the leaderboard while we're on this commercial break right now. Welcome, hashtag Growtopia. Welcome to the stream. Good game. And then, well, this isn't a game, but thank you for liking the stream. MB Racing Family number 11, welcome to the stream as well. Welcome everybody who's just tuning in for the first time. 32 people watching on the stream. I have to refresh it real quick to see how many likes we have, but definitely hit the like button. We have 10 likes so far. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Our goal today is 150 likes on the stream. I think we will get a lot more viewers as this stream goes on, like we usually do for the live race commentary streams on the channel. So definitely want to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, video game streams during the week with realistic commentary, and of course the real races on the race weekend, as you're seeing here, as well as race highlights from the grandstands of any race I go to in person. I am not going to another race until the Indy 500 this year, and that is not a NASCAR race, but that is an IndyCar race nevertheless, so I will be at home for the next handful of weeks bringing you guys the action. Daniel Suarez is the race leader with William Byron in second place. Third place right now is Christopher Bell. Martin Truex Jr. at fourth. Daniel Hemrick rounds out the top 5. Kyle Larson at 6th. Ty Dillon 7th. Justin Haley 8th. Eric Jones 9th. And Kurt Busch rounds out the top 10. Austin Dillon in 11th. Noah Gragson 12th. Chase Elliott 13th. Kevin Harvick 14th. And Alex Bowman rounds out the top 15. Cole Custer in 16th, Cody Ware 17th, Ryan Blaney in 18th, 19th is Joey Logano, and Harrison Burton rounds out the top 20. Greg Biffle 21st, 22nd is Brad Keselowski, Ty Gillen 23rd, Tyler Reddick 24th, Chris Buescher 25th, Michael McDowell 26th, Chase Briscoe 27th, David Reagan 28th, Eric Almirola 29th, and Austin Cindric rounds out the top 30. 31st is Ross Chastain, Corey LaJoie 32nd, BJ McLeod 33rd. 34th is Bubba Wallace, Denny Hamlin 35th. Kyle Busch dropped back to 36, also hopping out of the pack. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 37, J.J. Yeley 38th, and Landon Castle, the only car one lap down after taking the pass-through penalty to start the race today. That rounds out the 39-car field. 2 different leaders so far, 4 lead changes. Suarez and Bell have led all 14 laps combined today. And Suarez will lead another one as they come back from the commercial break. Single file line now for about the top 7 to 10 as they were 3 by 3 from 5th on back when they went to the commercial break. A lot more cars starting to put themselves at the back. Again, 3 Toyotas in that mix. Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Bubba Wallace playing it safe. 2 of those drivers have wins and are locked into the playoffs this year of Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, but Bubba Wallace is not, so interesting that he is not going anywhere. Busch making a bunch of passes on the inside lane right now as he must be getting a draft off the lead pack or something because there's really nobody else on the bottom with him. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. also towards the back there. Olsen Stenhouse definitely playing for the win by running at the back early on, trying to save their equipment. They will have to make a pit stop at some point during each of the 3 stages today. Likely going to be splitting this in about half if I had to imagine. We've also seen some accidents on these super speedway races in years past when drivers are trying to make green flag stops because you have a whole group of them coming in at the same time. And they will likely pit by manufacturer as they have done in most recent years as well. The Fords pitting with the Fords, Chevys pitting with the Chevys, and the Toyotas will have to decide whether they will pit with the Chevrolets or the Fords. One thing I noticed at Daytona this year, they were really working well with the Chevrolet group to try and equal out the numbers because of how strong the Fords are in the draft and in the middle of the pack. It's odd to me that that was the case and the Toyotas were not pitting with the Fords and trying to stay with the faster group of cars. But we'll see if maybe they'll do that today. Only 2 seconds even separates the top 31. There's a second group on the outside that is getting formed now, and it is being led by the 2 Petty GMS cars of Ty Dillon and Eric Jones. Jones was leading that pack, and Dillon was on the bottom, but Dillon saw that his teammate was up there, pulled up in front of him. Austin Dillon, another Chevy, in line behind those 2 GMS Chevrolets, and they are getting going. Kevin Harvick is a Ford that's also running with them, and there's a few other Fords behind him, like Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, and Harrison Burton, who dropped to the back, but now Burton is in the lead pack again now that they're not 3 wide and they're more on the side-by-side part of things. And that outside groove is definitely, or outside line is definitely closing in on the leaders on the bottom. They pulled alongside of the 16 car for about 5th place, which would be, again, ran by Daniel Hemrick. Having tech difficulties? I'm not. Not that I know of, at least. Outside again, moving forward in the trial. The 1 car gets shot out of the middle groove. I don't know if that was intentional or not. That was, I believe, the 78 of BJ McLeod. He had Austin Cindric behind him in the middle of the trial. Well, maybe Cindric pushed him in the middle of the corner and got the 78 car light. Drastic move. So either he was just pulling out of line to be safe, or he had a very great save. Now connecting bumpers is the 43 and the 42 on the outside lane. They will pull alongside of Truex and Hemrick on the backstretch, but by the time they get into turn 3, they're back to about where Larson is in 6th before moving forward again on the straightaways. Not as aggressive of side drafting in the middle of 3 and 4 like it was in turns 1 and 2 either. Inside line getting broken apart a little bit though in the middle of the pack. This could maybe help the outside stick together again as they are a little bit more tightly packed bumper to bumper in traffic. Definitely making for little room for error, but it also helps the speed in that outside lane. It looked like they went backwards again in turns 1 and 2. They're up alongside of Truex for 4th about a lap ago, and then you fast forward to this current lap and side by side with Alex Bowman. It's about the 7th or 8th car now on the inside lane. And again, they're starting to go forward. It looks like they have pulled alongside the 45 of Kurt Busch. Few cars further up compared to where the 48 of Bowman was running. Fox going to another commercial break in the early going of this one. We'll take another rundown of the leaderboard, at least the top 10. Daniel Suarez is in the lead. William Byron in 2nd. Christopher Bell is in 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. 4th. Daniel Hemrick rounds out the top 5. Kyle Larson in 6th. Justin Haley 7th. Kurt Busch in 8th, Ty Dillon 9th, and Eric Jones rounds out the top 10. Still 2 different leaders in this race, still at 4 lead changes as well between Daniel Suarez and Daniel Suarez and Christopher Bell have been the 2 drivers to lead laps in today's race. Suarez has led 14 to start this one. And the spotlight drivers that we'll keep an eye on today, Daniel Suarez, Martin Truex Jr., and Kyle Busch were the don't-haves. Truex is in 4th, Suarez is in the lead. And then Kyle Busch dropped towards the back trying to play it safe as he is currently in 26th. The sleeper drivers that I had for this week were Brad Keselowski and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Keselowski's 23rd, Stenhouse is 27th. And then the must-haves were Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney. Blaney is 19th, and Hamlin dropped towards the back of the pack and is currently running in 37th. It's still a long ways to go. Definitely some different strategies playing out right now with drivers dropping more towards the back to try and keep the car clean with how racy it was those first dozen laps of the race. It has calmed down a little bit since then, down to 2x2 rather than 3x3. Again, 60 laps in the first stage, so we currently have about 37 laps to go in stage 1 yet. And again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Live realistic commentary for both the races on the race weekend, the real races in the top 3 series in NASCAR, as well as the video game streams during the week. Realistic commentary all across the board on the channel when it comes to NASCAR, as well as predictions, post-race analysis, race highlights from the grandstands of the races I go to, and more. So far, we have not had a caution. There's no scheduled competition yellow today with no rain over the course of the weekend at Talladega. So drivers trying to put themselves in the best position possible for potential stage points. And even really, not even stage points right now, but to maybe line themselves up with their manufacturer so when they have to come to pit road, they don't get as split apart. One thing we didn't really see in the Daytona 500 this year was the pack split apart during green flag pit stops. We had green flag pit stops, but then we had a penalty for a tire coming off just a couple laps after the fact, which bunched the field quickly back together. And there were no green flag stops whatsoever at Atlanta Motor Speedway a little over a month ago. A lot of the Hendricks Chevys are on the bottom lane. In fact, all 4 of them are, and 3 of them are in the top 9. Byron in 2nd, Kyle Larson 6th, Chase Elliott 9th. Noah Gragson, who's qualified and started outside the top 30, is the biggest mover so far, up to 14th. And even the drivers who drive towards the back, they're not really that far off the pack. And really, they're hanging with the lead pack at about 3 seconds off the race lead. And the only reason it is not under 2 seconds like it was at the very beginning because they're not 3 wide and they're more double file. And still single file throughout the top 9. Both the Petty GMS cars pulled to the bottom with Austin Dillon, and the outside lane is being led by the Fords now. Kevin Harvick is the first of those. A lot of fast speeds already. Noah Gragson has the fastest time lap at 195.14 miles an hour. Again, that is average speed over the course of the lap. That is not even top speed on corner entry. So very, very fast with this next-gen car in the super speedway so far, which is another reason why it can be very, very difficult on these teams. A little bit smaller spoiler as well, not as much downforce as the 550 package had. Modified 550 super speedway package had. A little bit less horsepower, but a lot less downforce. I do like that Wendy's paint scheme as well for the 62 team this weekend. Very retro looking. Chase Elliott moves to the outside lane, kind of abandoning the rest of the Chevys who were on the bottom he was running with. And Elliott's starting to lead this group forward a little bit. If the Fords and the Toyotas can break the Chevrolets up, maybe another Chevy can break the Chevys up, and that's what Chase Elliott's trying to do now as well. Elliott is definitely one of those drivers who will be battling for points today alongside Ryan Blaney. They're the top two in the regular season point standings, and Elliott comes in as the points leader by only 3 points over Blaney. You got to go over 20 points back to find the third and fourth place drivers in the standings of Joey Logano and William Byron. Elliott's the only Hendrick Chevy to not go to victory lane this season, but he has been the most consistent of the four at that stable. And I think the crowd is starting to get on their feet knowing the outside lane is moving, and Chase Elliott, the fan favorite, and NASCAR's current most popular driver, is leading the outside lane forward. Harvick is really staying on the back bumper of the 9. He's not bump drafting him, but he's staying very closely behind him, as well as the other cars behind Harvick staying closely behind, but they are not touching bumper to bumper. They pulled alongside Truex for fourth, middle of the back straightaway. Now Harvick bump drafts the 9 of Elliott a little bit as the inside lane starts to pull forward a bit more. Let's go of him by the time they enter into turns 3 to play safe. Fox going to another commercial break right now. We'll take another quick look at the running order. Daniel Suarez is the leader. William Byron in second. Christopher Bell third. Martin Truex Jr. in fourth. Daniel Hemrick rounds out the top 5. Chase Elliott is in sixth at 0.5 of a second off the lead. Kyle Larson just behind him in seventh. Kevin Harvick in eighth. Justin Haley in ninth. And Cole Custer rounds out the top 10 right now. Get Elliott, Harvick, and Custer, the first 3 cars in the outside groove. They're kind of alongside Daniel Hemrick right now, who is in 5th place and is the 5th car on the bottom. But the inside line has been the preferred line in the early going of this one, right on that double yellow line, all the way around the 2.66 mile super speedway. Different from years past, where it seems like the outside groove is the way to go on the super speedways, especially to try and control the draft. I will say the inside maybe is a little easier to control at the end of the race because you know that you can't go down below the double yellow line to advance your position. So if somebody's going to make a move, it's going to have to be to the outside if you stay glued to that line. A lot easier to block them versus if you're off the top. Sure, nobody wants to go into the wall, but it's a little harder to turn the car down in the middle of the corner abruptly to make a block especially, versus to just let the car do the work, letting it drift up the racetrack on its own in the middle of the corner as well. A little harder to pull off. Just in retrospect of how equal all the cars are in the draft as well, if you look at the best lap time from any driver in this race today, all 39 of them have had a best lap above 192 miles per hour and at the 49-second lap barrier as well in this race. That would be fast. Again, that is average speed per lap, and we mentioned that Noah Gragson had a lap timed in at over 195 miles an hour on average speed around this track. Earl Arnold Jr., welcome to the stream. Oh, you went with Keselowski for your pick today? Not a bad one. I had him in my sleeper picks. Just past halfway through stage 1, still caution free today as well. Pit stops are likely going to be coming up very, very soon. The pit window is 38 to 43 laps. Again, that can be skewed a little bit with this being the first next-gen race at Talladega. And in fact, one car is on pit road a little early, and that would be the 8 of Tyler Reddick, who goes fuel only, pitting by himself. And they are going under the hood of the 8 car of Tyler Reddick right now, so issues with Reddick maybe overheating in the middle of the pack. I'm not sure. There's no water spewing out of the race car, so it doesn't look like the water pressure is up. But problems for Tyler Reddick. They're under the hood on pit road on that RCR number 8 car. More bad luck for Reddick this season. It's almost looking like a Casey Kane 2005 type of season right now, or 2004 I guess was his rookie year, where he came close to victory lane so many times and just couldn't seal the deal. Reddick in his second year, not a rookie, but this is kind of feeling like Casey Kane's rookie year. And already Reddick has gone a lap down as the field has already come by the first time, and they are still under the hood of that race car. So if you are a Tyler Reddick supporter or fan, it's got to be tough to watch that happening as of right now, especially this early in the race without a win and him outside the top 10 in the regular season standings. This is going to hurt him if a lot of cars make it to the finish of this race, because it is not going to be good for him, as he is not going to be getting any stage points, at least in stage 1, and maybe points at all. A lot of cars are going to be coming onto pit road towards the back of the pack. One car coming in a little hot right now, and that would be the 51 of Cody Ware, locking his tires up, and he goes for a spin onto pit road. Everybody misses him. I don't think we're going to see a caution for it. Cody Ware coming in hot, trying to lock the tires up, and he lost control, spinning in front of about 10 or so cars that ended up pitting. A lot of the Fords are on pit road. And he did a great job keeping it off of everybody as well. Everybody splitting around him. We'll have to see if we get any pit road speeding penalties for trying to miss the spinning 51 car as well. But all the Fords are on pit road right now. Chase Briscoe, Ryan Blaney, Michael McDowell, Brad Keselowski, and more. And we'll see if the Chevrolets will end up pitting this time. Odd that Cody Ware pitted that time, knowing he is one of the Chevrolets. Chevy stay out. The Toyotas come in. All pitting by themselves. Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr., Kurt Busch, Bubba Wallace, Denny Hamlin, and even Bowman going to pit with them. So a Chevy goes with the Toyota group. But most of the Chevys still out on the racetrack, and they'll likely be coming in another lap or two. 25 laps to go in stage 1. We'll see who will get organized together quicker to try to cycle back to the lead, as the field is likely going to be really spaced apart now. We didn't see green flag pit stops really in the first 2 super speedway races this year, but we did see it in the dual races, and the field got spaced apart pretty quickly. It was hard to stay in the draft with a lot less cars in the pack. And if the lug nuts are secured tightly, it's going to be pretty interesting to see who will end up cycling out in the lead. Chevrolet's coming in now. More cars coming onto pit road this lap than any other lap prior. Justin Haley almost had problems trying to pull into his box as he had cars on the inside of him, and he had that first box on the entrance to pit road, but everybody gets in cleanly this time around. Really the only one that had issues during the 3 different laps that we saw green flag pit stops go on for was Cody Ware, but nobody made any contact with anybody. It was pretty clean for the most part at stage 1. Gas and go only for everybody on pit road. All 3 manufacturers. Larson will win the race off of pit road right now, and he will be leading the Chevrolet group. No word on any pit road penalties so far. There are a few more Fords that have not pitted yet, and they will pit this time. Cole Custer, Joey Logano, Harrison Burton, and Kyle Busch, even for a Toyota, was also out on the racetrack. One other car still on the racetrack, and I think it may be a lap car of Landon Castle, who had already pit earlier, taking the pass-through penalty. I don't think he would have taken fuel, though, so he'll likely end up having to pit as well. But all the lead lap cars on pit road now, or most of them, have already made their pit stop. The bigger group of Chevrolets that pitted a lap ago are going to be the ones to watch, as they are humming through the tri-oval right now, led by Kyle Larson. And they're easily going to be able to cycle ahead of the next group of cars, you would have to imagine. Joey Logano, Harrison Burton, the only 2 cars right now that are ahead of the lead pack of Kyle Larson, William Byron, Chase Elliott. Big run in the draft from Larson. He goes to the outside. The 21, the 22 stay on the bottom with each other as they still try to get up to speed into turn 3. And Kyle Larson will take his first lead of the race today. The defending champion and a winner one time this season at Auto Club now leads for the first time on a super speedway this year, and it comes in the Geico 500 at Talladega. 22 laps to go in the stage. The Toyotas have also hung on with the lead pack of the Chevrolets as they make a move to the outside in the middle of the tri-oval. So Ross Chastain had a pit road speeding penalty, as well as, of course, Cody Ware, who ended up coming in hot and spinning. No other penalties, though, during the first set of green flag pit stops. And I think the Toyotas went to the outside a little too quick. Brad Keselowski also had a pit road speeding penalty, not Cody Ware. So Ross Chastain and Brad Keselowski were the two drivers that had pit road speeding penalties. And they'll probably end up going a lap down before the end of the stage. And with Castle already being a lap down, only one of those drivers will get the free pass. It'll be really interesting to see who will be the one. Again, thanks for everybody tuning in. 40 people currently watching. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Fox is on a commercial break as we speak. Another rundown of the current lineup. Kyle Larson is in the lead. William Byron in second, just behind him, less than a tenth of a second behind him. In fact, Chase Elliott is 1/10 of a second back in third. Eric Jones 2/10 of a second back in fourth. And Daniel Hemrick rounds out the top five at 3/10 of a second off the race lead. 5 different leaders so far. We only saw 2 before the green flag pit stops. Larson cycled to the lead. After the green flag pit stops, Logano and Custer each led 1 lap during the green flag stops, and we have had a total of 7 lead changes in the race with those 5 different leaders. Suarez has led the most with 28 laps led, as we are still caution free with 19 laps to go in stage number 1. We've seen crashes at the end of the stages at Talladega in recent years, and I did say in the predictions video that either at the end of stage 1 or the end of stage 2 we were going to see a 5-car plus accident. I'm still staying true with that prediction, especially with how aggressive it was at the beginning of the race. I would have to imagine that that's the kind of aggression we're going to be seeing towards the stage ends, but with a little bit more bump drafting involved. Definitely going to make it a little bit sketchier even. Screen's going to go to black for a quick second. I have to adjust what I'm hearing in the mic again. Don't want to get copyrighted for it. Alright, we'll get that leaderboard back up and running for you guys now. Thanks for the patience. So again, middle of stage 1. I'm actually coming down towards the end of stage 1. And Kyle Larson is the leader by 1/10 of a second. Larson not known for being a great super speedway racer either, but he was the one that cycled out ahead following the green flag pit stops. Everybody took fuel only then. I would have to imagine they'll be pitting for tires at the end of stage number 1, but they'll have to wait until then to do so. Believe it or not, track position does matter even on the super speedways. Or maybe a little bit easier to pass in the draft and in this gigantic pack compared to other tracks on the circuit. Outside lane really starting to form again. Stenhouse tried to block him. It is led by the 2311 Toyota of Bubba Wallace in the 23 McDonald's car. We know his car's more on the trimmed out side of things, qualifying inside the top 10 this weekend. And he has a couple more Toyotas behind him with Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr., and his teammate Kurt Busch in the 45. They're to the outside of the Colleague Racing 16 car in 5th, and they are moving forward with 17 laps now to go in stage 1. Still a few drivers kind of drafted by themselves at the back of the pack right now, and I should say off of the lead draft, and that would be Justin Haley, Denny Hamlin, J.J. Yaley, B.J. McLeod, and Todd Gilliland. Wallace still only alongside the 16. Getting physically bump drafted now from behind by the 20 of Christopher Bell as they continue to try to get the outside lane going. The inside has been dominant all day. They're closing in on lap car Brad Keselowski. Keselowski going to likely just try to hold his lane. He'll be in the free pass position for the time being, and he'll try to cling on to the back of the draft. But also remember that Ross Chastain had a pit road speeding penalty, and he'll likely go a lap down by the end of the stage. So Keselowski and Chastain will be battling for the free pass position to the end of the stage, assuming we stay green until then. Keselowski just trying to find his way in the draft, splitting him 3 wide. Brad stayed on the double yellow line as the rest of the field goes by on the outside. And that really messed up the momentum of the outside lane led by Bubba Wallace as well, as now they are more towards the 7th and 8th place cars of Stenhouse and Harvick. And those 5 cars that are drafted by themselves, obviously a lot slower than the lead pack as well. We'll have to see if any of those guys will go a lap down by the end of stage 1 also. Next live stream for a live race coverage on the channel will be at Darlington for the throwback race on Mother's Day weekend, which would be May 8th. Next weekend, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Dover. I'll be at my grandparents' house to watch that one. Spending time with the family next weekend to watch the race, but we'll be back with another live commentary of a real race the following weekend at Darlington. Bubba Wallace still towards the outside of Stenhouse in 7th. Oh, Larson gets a little loose. They're getting bump drafted by the 24 car of Byron. Byron backed out quick enough, and Larson was able to hang on to it. Might have slowed down the inside a little bit more. But the outside did not really prevail, moving any further forward, really. And they're now back to Joey Logano in the 22 car, who is the first car behind Stenhouse in 8th. About an equal car number amount in the outside and in the inside, but the outside groove just not able to get rolling with a lot of steam right now. And really the entire opening stage. 12 laps to go in stage 1 this time by for Larson. Kyle Larson needs to have a good points day. He's actually outside the top 10 in the regular season standings coming into this race. Or has been for the most part this year. He actually just moved inside the top 10 for one of the few times in the point standings this year with that top 10 run he had at Dirt Bristol. Also had a lot of stage points in that race. Fox going side by side with their commercial break this time around. So we'll keep the live commentary going. I don't know who that is in the pack on the outside, but one of their front bumper cameras is cracked from probably all the bump drafting that's been going on in the pack so far. It's all spider webbed. I'd like to know who that car is. Lap 50. Race is flying by so far. Especially for a 500 miler, but that will happen when you don't have any cautions. Stage end is coming in another 10 laps as they are in the tri-oval right now, working their way back to the start-finish line. Who will claim that playoff point and who will claim the stage points awarded to the top 10? 1 point per position from 10th on up. Obviously 10 regular season points to the stage winner along with the playoff point. So the inside line started to pull apart a little bit. The top 5 were breaking away, and that allowed for the outside lane to pick up forward again as Bell pushes Bubba Wallace down the back straightaway. They have worked themselves all of a sudden up to Byron, who is the second car on the inside. And that's all it took, was the inside line to get spaced apart just a little bit while the outside stays closely together. And finally, for the first time today, the outside groove is challenging for the lead. Bubba Wallace will lead that lap at the line by inches over Kyle Larson. Bell pushes him into turn 1. Not clear of the cars on the bottom yet, but they are dead even into turns 1 and 2. 2 lap cars are going to be caught in the next lap or two as well. We'll see how the pack is going to work around them. Can't tell exactly who that is right now, as drafting by themselves about to go a lap down. Those are drivers that Chastain and Keselowski will have to race to get around for the free pass. It was Ross Chastain is one of them. They are going to split 3 wide. Larson up the middle with Byron and Elliott. Bubba Wallace had to go way to the third lane on the outside. Cars scattering out 4 wide into the tri-oval, trying to get around the lap cars. It is a mess back there in the middle of the pack. And they're still 4 wide into turn 1, back around McDowell and Stenhouse in the middle of the pack. And Bubba Wallace is going to get the lead, and he is finally clear of the 5 of Larson, and even Bell in second is clear of Larson as well. They're not going to pull to the bottom yet, because the third car in line on the outside is Martin Truex Jr., and they're probably trying to keep all the Joe Gibbs Toyotas together. But that probably would have been a wise decision to pull down and abandon the teammate, because here comes the bottom lane again into turn 3. Big push coming from Byron and Larson. And Larson pulls alongside the 23 of Wallace for the lead off of turn 4, coming to 7 laps to go at stage 1. Bell pushing Bubba Wallace in the tri-oval. A little risky. That's where the cars could get light. We've seen the big one in recent years there. That's how the big one happened in the fall race in 2020 in the tri-oval when Boyer was pushing Jimmy Johnson in the middle of the tri-oval. Johnson got a little light. Kurt Busch ended up going airborne in that accident. Took out over a dozen cars. We're getting to the end of the stage where things are definitely getting more intense and ramping up. Points on the line. Bell again pushes Wallace in an uncomfortable position, this time in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Wallace got loose, stacking up the outside, and Larson's clear on the bottom. But now Larson gets out ahead of the 24 a little too much, and the 23 and the 20 charge back on the outside again. This time by to the start-finish line, it is Kyle Larson who leads the lap by inches over Wallace. Wallace leading the outside again, Larson leading the bottom. Just less than 6 laps to go in the stage. J.J. Yaley by himself will be the next car to go a lap down before the end of the stage. And how will they scatter around him this time? Larson holding on to a loose race car in the back straightaway as he's getting pushed by Byron, and the inside lane takes off. First and second have cleared the outside for now. Byron pulls up in front of Bubba Wallace to check the outside lane. That was in the middle of turns 3 and 4 where he did that, and then moves back down to the bottom in front of his other teammate Chase Elliott, who is third on the bottom lane. Yaley stays on the outside and out of the way in the 55 car. That's an MBM entry. Wallace will lead by half a car like that time by, but he has not cleared Larson into turn 1, and again comes the inside lane. 5 laps to go in stage 1. Logano, maybe looking to make a third lane, now ducks back into the second lane. He is side by side right around the 10th place position. Logano hops out of line again. This time he is going to make the groove work. The 48 of Bowman goes with him. Harvick goes with him as well. Oh, a big loose moment for Joey Logano as he catches his race car. It's Keselowski pushing him in the 6 car, not the 48 of Bowman. Keselowski's trying to get around Chastain for the free pass position. Chastain's in the middle lane right now. Keselowski is on the outside. That is a big, important battle as well, even though there is no points on the line there. Keselowski still pushing Logano. Logano is all over the place in the middle of the tri-oval, trying to keep the car in control. Both trying to keep it off the wall on the outside and keep it off the one of Chastain. Now Keselowski abandons Joey Logano. Nowhere for Logano to go but backwards. and nobody is with him. The 6 is in line behind the 1 in the outside groove now as they're back down to 2x2. They'll be coming to 3 laps to go in stage 1 this time by. One car spins up the track, hard crash, misses, accident. The 16 goes sideways in the middle of turns 3 and 4, overcorrects it after clipping the apron back hard into the outside of the 17 and the 14. 3-car accident in turns 3 and 4 is going to end stage 1 under the caution. Heavy impacts for Chase Briscoe and Chris Buescher as a 16 just sandwiched both cars into the outside wall after getting loose on the bottom lane. Luckily, more cars were not involved. Briscoe trying to get out of his car. He's getting help. Heavy impact for Chase Briscoe, but he is out of the car and walking around. Briscoe's car was also on fire under the hood as well when he had jumped out of his race car. Oh man, that's just a hard lick. So the 16, it looked like something may have broke on his car because he dropped way out of the throttle. All of a sudden, he was about the 5th car in line on the bottom. When he dropped out of the gas, he got hit from behind by the 3 of Austin Dillon, who was getting pushed by the 18 of Kyle Busch. He went down to the apron, and that's when he lost control off the transition from the banking to the flat and then back to the banking up the track. Ran right into the 14 car of Chase Briscoe. And then Briscoe sandwiched Chris Buescher, was on the outside of him, into the wall. Everybody else was able to miss the carnage to the bottom. Severe damage, though, to the 14 and the 17. Their days will come to an end. Hemrick's car is broke. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to continue or not. And the free pass will go to Ross Chastain in the 1 car. So Chastain will get back on the lead lap. So it seems like it was an engine issue from the 16 of Daniel Hemrick. Tyler Reddick had an engine issue earlier in the race, which dropped him out in the early going. So that is why Hemrick had slowed down in the middle of the pack and in the middle of turns 3 and 4 when he did. Lily and George, welcome to the stream. Got it right. Yeah, 3-car accident. Our first accident of the day, and this will end stage number 1. They will not be able to get the race restarted with that caution coming out with 3 laps left in the stage. Kyle Larson will win stage number 1, scoring a playoff point and 10 points towards the regular season championship standings as well. Bubba Wallace will finish 2nd in the stage, Christopher Bell 3rd, William Byron 4th, and Martin Truex Jr. will round out the top 5. Chase Elliott will be in 6th. 7th is Kurt Busch. Eric Jones 8th, Bubba Wallace 9th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. rounds out the top 10. So that is the unofficial results to stage 1. NASCAR still going through the timing and scoring loop. The most recent loop that they crossed when the caution had come out, that will dictate the running order at the end of stage 1. So Larson was ahead at first. Now the scoring is having Bubba Wallace out in front. They still have about another lap and a half to figure this out, though, under the caution. It's a good battle for the lead between Larson and Wallace, leading up to the yellow that happened behind him in the middle of the pack. And very thankful not more drivers were involved, because that was already a couple hard licks as it was with just 3 cars that were involved in that accident. And they will get taken out of this one today. Again, Chastain definitely will get the free pass. Caution was out at lap 56. So Brad Keselowski, Michael McDowell, J.J. Yaley, Landon Castle, Cody Ware, they're all still going to be a lap down. Reddick out of the race with an engine issue, and then the 3-car crash with Hemrick having the engine issue causing the accident, and then Chase Briscoe and Chris Buescher, the innocent bystanders in that, they will also be out of the race. So 4 drivers will have dropped out, 35 remain, and 30 of them will be on the lead lap. Also waiting on the timing and scoring to see if Ross Chastain is still going to get the free pass or not, because it hasn't been official yet, just like the Stage 1 results. Keselowski does have 6 wins at Talladega. It's definitely not a bad pick. He's on my fantasy team today, I'll tell you that much. I think that's a good pick. I predicted him to get a top 10. It's a lap down because he lost the draft during the green flag pit stop, so he's not doing too hot right now. But a long race still to go as we're only 1 stage in the books. Fox is on a commercial break during this caution flag period right now. When they come back, we'll probably have further clarification of who won Stage 1. Side by side between Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson. And then we'll probably have the more official stage results following that. 30 people watching the stream so far. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Only 12 likes on the stream right now. Our goal is 150. I still think that we're going to be seeing quite a few people jump into the chat yet by the end of the race. So it looks like Bubba Wallace will win Stage 1. Kyle Larson will be second, then Bell third, Byron fourth, Truex the top 5, Chase Elliott 6th, Kurt Busch 7th, Eric Jones 8th, Alex Bowman 9th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. rounds out the top 10. Again, Stage 1 will end under caution after a 3-car accident involving Daniel Hemrick, Chris Buescher, and Chase Briscoe. Said the 41 was involved in the incident. He wasn't involved. I think NASCAR's website here made a little bit of a mistake. Put the 41 instead of 14. So the engine shut off on the 16 of Daniel Hemrick in the middle of turns 3 and 4. And that caused an accordion stack up on the inside lane where Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon had ran into the back of him. That knocked the 16 sideways, and when he hit the flat of the racetrack on the apron on the bottom, it caused the car to bottom out and made an overcorrection to the outside, turning the car right in to Briscoe. We got sandwiched between both the 16 of Hemrick coming up the track and the 17 of Buescher, who was already on the outside of him. Into the wall they all went. So Briscoe got sandwiched between Buescher and Hemrick, while Buescher got sandwiched between the wall and Briscoe. Pit stops under the caution. Everybody went fuel only during the green flag pit stops in stage number 1, so I am very certain that we're going to end up seeing drivers take tires this time, likely 4 tires if I had to guess. We'll see who's going to win the race off of pit road as well. 4 tires for Byron. Looks like 4 tires for Bubba Wallace. 4 for Truex. And 4 for Bell, at least of the 4 on the screen. Kyle Larson got a great jump on pit road, and Larson will win the race out of the pits. Hendrick Chevy's 1, 2, 3 off of pit road. 4 spots gained as well for Eric Jones. 6 spots gained for Kyle Busch. 7 for Logano. Big loser on pit road was Bubba Wallace, losing 5 positions. So Hendrick 1, 2, 3. They'll try to control the pack on the restart. There's a gas can that is in the middle of pit road right now, getting picked up, and it might have come from the 18 of Kyle Busch. If that is the case, it'll be equipment out of the box, so that will be a penalty. So despite the 7 spots gained on pit road for Busch, he may be going backwards. Clint Boyer going to dial up Bubba Wallace. Here's the interview.
Well, you, man, listen to this. First, your last 3 super speedway races, very good on these types of racetracks. Stage win, what do you got, and what do you have for the rest of the race?
Yeah, no, I really think our McDonald's Toyota Camry's solid. Guys in the shop did a really good job unloading, having the speed, being able to maneuver. Toyota teammates working really well together, showing our strengths there. But long way to go. It's hot and slick. You've done it before. You know how it is. A little sketchy when they're pushing you. Hanging on tight. Having fun though.
We saw them big pushes, man. Keep doing it. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
That was Bubba Wallace, Stage 1 winner. So far, Daniel Suarez has led the most laps through the first stage with 28 laps led. Larson, the second most, was 16. We have had a total of 6 different leaders and a lot more lead changes outside of that, as it looks like we've had 14 lead changes with those 6 different leaders so far in today's race. Record is in the 80s. Not quite on pace for that today, but we've had quite a few, and a lot of them were between Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson there towards the end of the stage. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. They'll be going back to the green flag when we get back from the commercial break. After the end of Stage 1 ended under a caution involving and taking out Chris Buescher, Chase Briscoe, and Daniel Hemrick. Tyler Reddick had engine issues earlier in the race. He's done. So 4 cars out of the race. Ross Chastain did get the free pass after the timing and scoring was updated, as mentioned. Kind of figured he was going to get it. But Chastain back on the lead lap because of it. Brad Keselowski, Landon Castle, J.J. Yaley, Michael McDowell, Cody Ware, they're all lapped down at the end of the stage. They got split up a little bit during the green flag pit stops, lost the lead draft, and that's why they went a lap down before the stage came to an end. Only one of them got the free pass, and again, it was Chastain. So it's going to be interesting to see, especially with McDowell and Keselowski back there. The 2 good super speedway races, both driving Fords. They're going to need to find a way to get back on the lead lap. We know we're going to have at least one more caution coming up. We've only had one so far, but we know we're going to have another one with the end of Stage 2 coming. So there will be an opportunity for the free pass, but they can't afford to obviously lose the draft again. And we'll have to see if we get any more green flag pit stops where more drivers may potentially lose the draft as well, and they will have to race with those cars that are already a lap down to get the free pass by the end of Stage 2. Can't really time it out just to wait to the end of Stage 2 to try and make those passes as well, because you never know if a caution comes out before then to get the potential free pass position. Hard to win league today, it definitely will be. Yeah, I didn't tell you guys my fantasy team yet. So my fantasy team for today, I had Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin. Let me pull it up just to make sure. Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Brad Keselowski, who right now would be going in the garage if the way things end. You have until the end of Stage 2 to lock the lineups. And then I also have William Byron and Kevin Harvick. Stenhouse and Byron were the only 2 drivers that scored stage points on my team so far. So I believe Ricky Stenhouse Jr. actually had a pit road speeding penalty or penalty of some sort there, because he's going to have to restart at the rear of the field. About to get back to green flag racing to start stage number 2. Matt Hunter, welcome to the stream. Another Blaney bro here. Yeah, well, he's having an alright day. Staying out of trouble at least early on. Didn't get any stage points in the first stage, but we'll see. A long race to go yet. And we know that this is probably one of his best, if not his very best, racetrack. Crowd on their feet again. Great to see a packed crowd on hand for a NASCAR race. Kyle Larson will elect the outside on the restart. Green flag is back in the air. He'll get a good jump and he'll quickly pull down in front of his teammates William Byron and Chase Elliott. So little strategy plan there for the Hendrick Chevys, who are at the front of the field trying to control the pack. Alex Bowman, the only one of the 4 that isn't up there. So it's going to leave the 43 car of Eric Jones as the first car on the outside. He has both 2311 Toyotas of Bubba Wallace and Kurt Busch behind him. Chase Elliott got way ahead. I should say Larson got way ahead of Byron. Elliott had to push the 24 to get back to Larson. But they got spaced apart just enough middle of the back straightaway that the outside was able to get the momentum, and it's Eric Jones looking for his first lead of the race. He has one career super speedway win. It was the Summer Daytona race in 2018. That was his first of 2 career wins in the NASCAR Cup Series. And Jones, by inches, will lead the first lap under green in stage number 2, getting pushed from Bubba Wallace. Denny Hamlin jumping up into the 3rd lane with Kyle Busch and Cody Ware at the very back of the pack. Jones going to cut down to the bottom and then back to the top to block Wallace. Stacking up the lanes right now. That's interesting. I thought he was going to stay on the bottom with the Chevrolets. Let the Toyotas and the Fords on the outside just control that lane, but that was not the case. And by moving back to the outside, stacking up the outside groove enough, Larson gets the pole down the backstretch on the bottom. Jones still on the outside, trying to side draft the 5 car aggressively. Now he has to side draft the 2nd car on the inside of William Byron, and Larson will lead another lap at the line again. Another lead change that time by between the 43 and the 5. Making it 16 lead changes now in today's race through 67 laps. Jones and Larson going back and forth. Stenhouse and McDowell on the outside trying to get the 3rd line going. You know McDowell wants to get going because he is a lap down trying to get into the free pass position before the end of the stage. Bottom lane spacing apart a little bit more in the middle of turns 3 and 4. One coming on the outside. So they're more bunched together. Might be an opportunity for Jones to lead another lap. They continue to stay side by side. We have really hardly seen any green flag racing with train racing or single file racing today. It has been mostly double wide from the start. And we saw some 3 wide action for about the first dozen laps. 43 and the 23 are both clear of the cars on the bottom. They hop down to the inside lane. That's going to abandon Kurt Busch and Bubba Wallace. Now they move back to the outside. Big block by Jones to stay in front of the 23. 43 moved back to the outside. And again, that stacks up the outside with another block by Eric Jones. That's the second time he's done that, which stacked that lane up, giving Larson the lead again on the bottom. 3rd lane has more than just 2 cars in it now. It's led by Justin Haley and Austin Cindric. A lot of cars bottlenecking up into that 3rd lane. Kyle Busch moving forward in the middle behind his teammate Christopher Bell. And now the outside in that 3rd lane hops back down to the bottom again after getting stacked up. 2 cars still stuck in the 3rd lane by themselves. That would be Cole Custer and Daniel Suarez, and they're dropping backwards. Maybe for better, the way the pack has looked since the restart. Not as aggressive as what it was at the start of the race, but more aggressive than what it was middle of stage 1. Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell picked up about a half a dozen positions with those 6 to 7 cars moving to the outside, but they got so stacked up that they had no momentum. And the cars that were scraggling at the back of the pack were able to gain those spots like I mentioned. Gator Country, welcome to the stream. Hard racing so far, indeed. There's been no let-up of the action through the first 70 laps of this race. Jones again blocking top to bottom. Wallace with a run up high. Jones not going to be able to block it that time. Larson pushes the 43 car again, and that's going to be able to keep the 43 out in front into turn 3. It does seem like that Kurt Busch and Bubba Wallace have been working well together in the early going of this race. It seems like whenever I see the 23 car in front, the 45 is always behind him. Having the team orders that seem to be working there. Jones does not go to block the top side that time. Bubba Wallace has the run. Fox going to a full screen commercial break. We'll take a rundown of the full running order, lap 71 of 188. Eric Jones is the race leader. Kyle Larson second. Bubba Wallace is in third. William Byron fourth. And Kurt Busch rounds out the top 5. Kevin Harvick in 6th. Chase Elliott 7th. Alex Bowman 8th. Martin Truex Jr. 9th. And Joey Logano rounds out the top 10. Harrison Burton 11th. Ryan Blaney 12th. Christopher Bell 13th. 14th is Austin Dillon. And 15th is Kyle Busch. Justin Haley 16th. Austin Cindric 17th. Denny Hamlin 18th. Todd Gilliland 19th. And Ross Chastain, who got the free pass under the stage 1 break, rounds out the top 20. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 21st. Ty Dillon in 22nd. 23rd is Corey LaJoie. 24th is Daniel Suarez. And 25th is Eric Almirola. David Reagan, 26th. Cole Custer, 27th. Greg Biffle, 28th. B.J. McLeod, 29th. And Noah Gregson rounds out the top 30. And then everybody from 31st through 35th is a lap down. Keselowski in 31st. Cody Ware in 32nd. McDowell in 33rd. Yaley in 34th. And Castle in 35th. Daniel Hemrick, Chase Briscoe, and Chris Buescher out of the race in a 3-car accident at the end of stage 1, running 36th, 37th, and 38th. And then Tyler Reddick had engine issues a few laps into the race. He's 41 laps down and out of the race. He will end up with a last place finish today. So 2 engine issues so far, one causing the 3-car accident after the 16 went down, and then Tyler Reddick also had an issue. So 2 ECR engines have had problems. So we'll have to keep an eye on some of those other Chevrolets today to see if their engines will hold up to the end. It is a 500-mile race, one of the longer ones of the season as far as mileage goes, and running at these high-rated speeds, even with the restricted engines, the restricted engine package, still putting a lot of stress on them. Suarez getting shuffled out of line and not really in contention to lead any laps right now. Larson's closing in on him for potentially the most laps led before Eric Jones had taken the lead. Jones has led 6 laps now. So again, 8 different leaders so far of the 39-car field. A few of those led laps because of green flag pit stops like Logano, Custer, and McLeod, but the others have led due to the actual racing itself and racing their way to the front of the pack. Like Bubba Wallace is trying to race to the front of the pack right now as Fox comes back from the commercial break again. Returning to the action, he's on the outside of Eric Jones for the lead off of turn 2, getting pushed from still teammate Kurt Busch. Blocking bumpers, Wallace has the pole. 43 with another run on the bottom. Pushed by Kyle Larson. No use for a name. Welcome to the stream. Third lane starting to form again. Can't tell who that car is on the outside. I believe it's Denny Hamlin in the 11. He has Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and another car behind him. We'll see if they get more cars up there. They tried that earlier in the stage, but it didn't really work out, and they had to fall back a little bit before pulling back down into the inside lane. The bottom has definitely been the way to go so far today. It's really tough to keep the momentum up on the outside. And the shortest way around has been the way to go so far. Overall today, Chevrolet has dominated this race. Most of the drivers who have led laps today, Chevrolets. 28 laps led for Suarez. That's a Chevy for Trackhouse. Hendrick Chevy. Kyle Larson's led 21. Eric Jones is leading now. He's led 8 laps. That is a Chevrolet for Petty GMS. Bubba Wallace has led 9. And then only 2 laps led from Ford today, which would be Cole Custer and Joey Logano, 1 each, and only during green flag pit stops. So the Fords, not looking like the ones to beat like usual in the super speedways. Right now, it is looking like the Chevys. Really, the Chevys and Bubba Wallace is about the only drivers, at least through the first 76 laps, that are looking like they have a strong chance of winning this race. Oddly enough, Alex Bowman is actually 4th in line on the outside. He's not with the rest of the Chevys on the bottom. And Mark Truex Jr. not with the rest of the Toyotas in the outside group. He is the 5th car in line on the bottom between Chase Elliott and Joey Logano. Brad Keselowski is about the 5th car in line on the outside. He is a lap down, but he is currently in the free pass position if we see a caution that he could potentially miss and not be involved in, of course, in any way. Trying to control that free pass position for right now. Not sure how far back in the pack the other cars he is racing is. I don't see any more of them, at least in the top 15 or so. In fact, Michael McDowell was in the 3rd lane on the outside with no help, so he goes backwards a little bit more from dropping back down into the 2nd lane. At the tail end of the field, that happened. When they go 3 wide, it'll get crazy. Yeah, and that's the way it was the first dozen laps or so, and then they tried to go 3 wide early on in this stage, but it didn't work out as well, and they hopped back down to double file. Only 4 cars out of the race and only 1 caution total today. It's right at the end of stage 1, 3-car accident. Reddick dropped an engine. That's why he's out. All the drivers involved in the accident were never really in the top 10 at all in this race. So a lot of the heavy hitters as far as this race today has gone still in it and still up towards the front. Take a look at our spotlight drivers in stage number 2. Drivers who I mentioned in the predictions live stream before the start of this race that are running well or not well based off of my predictions. The must-have picks of Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney are both outside the top 10 right now, with Denny Hamlin in 20th and then Ryan Blaney in 11th. The 2 sleeper picks were Brad Keselowski and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Stenhouse is 22nd, and then Keselowski's the first car lap down in 31st. Predicted both those guys to have top 10 finishes today as well, and then the guys I predicted to not finish in the top 10 today seem to all be towards the front of the field, all 3 of them. Martin Truex Jr., Daniel Suarez, and Kyle Busch. Truex is in 8th. Kyle Busch is actually back in 21st, and Suarez was up there and has still led the most laps today, but currently he is 24th. Whenever Bubba Wallace and Kurt Busch get the outside lane going again and get to the outside of the leader, Jones hasn't blocked like he was initially when he had taken the lead on a couple different occasions. He was blocking and then realized he was still in the lane out that he would eventually end up being in last. So he's kind of stuck to the inside, which has been the preferred lane most of the day anyway. Problems right now for Greg Biffle in the 44. He has dropped down to the apron, and that might be another ECR engine to go down in this one. That New York Racing Chevrolet has had a lot of issues in the races that they have ran in this season, including the super speedways. He was hanging on to the lead pack. He led laps at Atlanta earlier this season as well. And ran well through speed weeks before eventually dropping out early in the Daytona 500. Dropping out of this one after running right around 20th. Trug Dungu, welcome to the stream. Hopefully I said your last name correctly. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, live race commentary for the real races on the race weekend, as well as the video game side during the week, all in the hopes of hopefully getting into the commentating booth down the road for real NASCAR races in person. On the road to 2,000 subs as well. Our goal is 150 likes today. We have just over 40 people watching, only 16 likes. So make sure you hit that like button. I did say it right. All right. Under a caution right now, lap 81. I'm not sure what it is for. Fox is on a commercial break right now, and hopefully we didn't have a big accident. But currently, caution is out, just shy of the halfway mark. Talladega Superspeedway, lap 81 was the time of the caution. They're on lap 82 right now. You can see it on our live leaderboard on the channel off of NASCAR's website with the raw feed. I'm not sure who the caution is out on or who was involved in the yellow. I don't know if it might have been from the 44 car because he looked to have dropped an engine. Maybe there was some fluid on the track, so they threw a caution out of a safety precaution there. Again, we'll find out as soon as they come back from the break. Yeah, it is for Greg Biffle. So Greg Biffle actually didn't make it all the way back around to pit road. It looks like he stalled in turn 4 on the apron of the racetrack, so that's why we have a caution. So we saw him rolling pretty slowly down on the apron. He was not able to get to pit road before the pack came back around, and he had stalled out. So that is our second caution of the race today. So that'll drop Biffle out of the race, and he'll be the 5th retiree from today's action. Get pushed back onto pit road, and he is pulling that car to the garage. Yeah, Bubba's definitely making the outside work. Very few drivers have been able to do that. He was the push car behind Eric Jones, which initially led that group to the outside. Then, of course, Wallace led that group at the end of stage number 1 as well. So he's definitely got a fast car once again. I think there was an ice pack that just got thrown out of the race car from Eric Jones. They're right on the edge of the fuel window to make it to the end of stage 2, but I believe they'll be within the window, being able to save laps under the caution after they pit. So the entire field will be coming onto pit road during the caution during the middle of stage number 2. We will not see green flag pit stops in this stage. Fuel only for William Byron in the 24 car. Fuel only for Martin Truex Jr. in the 19 and the 43 car of Eric Jones. Fuel only as well for Kyle Larson in the 5, and we'll just see who can pack it full quicker. And it looks like William Byron will win the race off of pit road. The Hendrick Chevy's getting split up a little bit. So Martin Truex Jr. will actually roll off of pit road in 2nd. Elliott 3rd, then Larson 4th, losing 2 spots. Ryan Blaney up 4 spots to 5th. Eric Jones, big loser in the top 10 on pit road, losing 5 positions. Falling from the lead back to 6th. Free pass went to Brad Keselowski during the stage break. During the caution, not the stage break. So Brad Keselowski back in the lead lap. He was hanging in there with the leaders, so we know he has a fast car. He is back in this one, though. Who did I pick for the fantasy lineup? Yeah, so again, I had Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Kevin Harvick, and who was my garage driver? William Byron. Actually started Stenhouse in the garage. They're all out of trouble, at least. So far. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. 47 people watching. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Road to 2,000 subs. Road to becoming a NASCAR commentator down the road for real races in person. 18 likes on the stream right now. Our goal is 150. Hit that like button. And definitely subscribe, because over 75% of people that have watched the channel in the last 28 days are not subscribed. So you guys come in for the live race commentary on a regular. You watch the stuff throughout the course of the week, but you're not subscribing to the channel. I greatly appreciate you guys watching, but if we can get those subs, that's going to help this channel out a lot more as well. Currently 7 subscribers away still from 1.8 thousand. So again, Daniel Suarez has led the most laps. We are now up to 9 different leaders in this race. And over 20 lead changes in the race so far as well. Scrolling down to see who has the fastest lap of the race, if it's still Noah Gragson, who clocked in over 195 miles an hour. And it actually looks like Kyle Busch has the fastest lap as of right now at 195.796 miles an hour average speed for a lap. And that is not top speed. So these cars are flying. Don't let the TV cameras make it seem like they're going much slower. Get into your brain. These guys are hauling around this 2.66 mile super speedway. Bubba's gonna win. He's got the engine. He definitely looks like the strongest Toyota. Both him and Kurt Busch, and of course they are teammates. Truex has looked pretty good, surprisingly, in this one, but we'll just have to see if he can make it to the end. That's what he struggles the most at on the super speedways. Definitely why he has not won on a super speedway in his long and yet successful NASCAR Cup Series career. William Byron will elect the inside on the restart, so that way he's already in front of his teammate Chase Elliott. He would have had a teammate of Larson on the outside, but the bottom has been the way to go for most of the day. We'll see how quickly Larson can get to the bottom, if he can at all. Truex will be outside front row in the restart, getting pushed by the 5 of Larson. Green flag back in the air. Pretty even start right now between the inside and the outside. Outside maybe a little bit more spaced apart further back, which is going to allow the inside lane to really take charge. Larson has a chance to move down low and does, right in front of the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Martin Truex Jr. is about 2 car lengths out ahead of the 43 of Eric Jones on the outside. Oh, we got a crash at the back. BJ McLeod has spun. Looks like the right rear tire has come off of the 78 car. So we just had pit stops under the caution flag, and the lug nut was not secured on the right rear tire of BJ McLeod's race car. It comes off, and that is where the accident had been. McLeod was at the back of the pack. Nobody else was collected. Oh, man. He was towards the back of the pack. Brad Keselowski had to make an evasive maneuver, as well as the car who was just in line behind him, who I believe was Corey LaJoie in the 7. Box going to commercial again during the caution. So back-to-back yellows during stage 2. The 44 of Greg Biffle stalls on the racetrack, and then the 78 of BJ McLeod loses the right rear tire in the first less than half a lap following the restart. The Hendrick Chevys were running 1, 2, and 4. Larson got to the bottom, but when the caution came out, Truex was still scored in third. Gregson is on the lead lap, yes. Finn Rondy, welcome to the stream. And by the way, this caution is going to give Michael McDowell the free pass. JJ Yaley gets the free pass of the 55 car. So Yaley is back on the lead lap. The only 3 cars that are lapped down are Michael McDowell, Cody Ware, and Landon Castle. So again, we know the end of stage 2 is coming eventually, and that will be another restart or another free pass that will be awarded. No guarantee that we'll have other cautions following that. McLeod doesn't have a lot of damage to his race car. I think he's going to be able to stay in the race. Unless the underbody of the race car itself is heavily damaged after losing the right rear tire. We'll have to wait and see. Team Penske is usually very dominant in super speedway races. Usually, but not the case today. They've only led 1 lap, and that was Joey Logano leading 1 lap in the middle of green flag pit stops. No other Penske car has led today. It's been all Chevrolet and Bubba Wallace for Toyota that have pretty much led the laps. The only 2 Fords to lead today, Joey Logano, Cole Custer, combined for 2 of the 87 laps led so far for the Blue Ovals. Will Lee, welcome to the stream as well. I didn't see you in the chat earlier. See you now, though. It's hard to look at the chat during the green flag action when I'm commentating, especially on a super speedway where there's a lot going on at Talladega. Still just shy of the halfway mark. Cautions in the middle of stage 2 slowing the race pace down just a little bit. I would imagine nobody is going to pit during this caution flag, and they will definitely be able to save enough fuel to make it with ease to the end of stage 2. They're going to be pretty close if that caution didn't come out immediately after the restart like it did. And they were probably going to make it otherwise, even before that caution, but definitely going to be able to make it with no question this time. Still a beautiful day at the Talladega Superspeedway as well. Clear skies for this one, as well as the racing yesterday between the ARCA and the Xfinity Series. So I'd imagine William Byron will choose the inside lane for the restart. Again, no choose cone rule is in effect. Kyle's the worst position Toyota car, and he's 19th. 6 Toyotas from 4th to 19th. Yeah, Toyotas have been a little bit stronger today. Denny Hamlin has been kind of hanging out at the back, playing it safe so far. That's been his strategy. He does have a win, though. And he's well outside the top 10, so I don't think he's going to have a shot to get inside the top 10 for regular season playoff points. Or playoff points for the regular season standings at the end of the regular season. So he's just going for wins for playoff points, wins and stage wins. And he has one of each. Surprised at how far back Bubba was on the outside before he made his way to the front and won stage 1. Yeah, he's the only car, in my opinion, if he's one of the first couple cars in lane. He pushed Jones to the lead in stage 2 from the outside from a good ways back, at least a few car lengths. And then from like 8 cars back, he led the outside lane to the front in stage 1 for winning stage 1. Seen a lot of drivers with very few wins in their career go to victory lane this season. Ross Chastain got his first career win. William Byron got his 3rd and 4th career wins. First career win for Austin Cindric in the Daytona 500. First career win for Chase Briscoe as well. Will we see another driver with not too many wins in his career win today? Bubba Wallace won stage 1. He could be one. He's got 1 career win at this track. Eric Jones has led a decent amount of laps. He's got only 2 career wins and is currently in 6th. Those would probably be the 2 favorites of drivers like that on a similar list. Talladega is the best track. It is definitely a fun track to be at. I highly recommend going there in person. As far as the best track, personally, I like Bristol. I like super speedway racing, but man, nothing beats Bristol. Definitely a spectacle though to go to in person. I highly recommend going to Daytona and Talladega if you ever get the chance. Especially if you haven't been to a super speedway race for the first time. The first time you go, it's just insane. Even me getting used to the high speeds at Michigan, just see them 3 and 4 wide at the end of the race like that. It's just wild. And they're all hauling by you at once too. Green flag is going to be back in the air. Big launch on the outside for William Byron. He'll pull down in front of his teammates Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. Logano gets shoved into the wall by Wallace. Back in front of the pack. Big crash in turn 1. Logano, Dillon, Stenhouse, Cindric, all involved. Harrison Burton. Bubba Wallace gave Joey Logano a push into turn 1 and knocked him right into the wall and back across the middle of the pack. Todd Gilliland's got a tire down. He's got damage. Cole Custer's got damage to the radiator of his race car. Daniel Suarez, who's led the most laps today, he has heavy damage. The big one on the restart before they were even up to speed in turns 1 and 2. So Bubba Wallace is pushing Joey Logano on the restart. Logano looked to have gotten into the back of Ty Dillon and just got sandwiched. He had nowhere to go, and after slamming the wall, he came right back down into the 47 of Stenhouse and took a bunch of other cars with him. Obviously, Bubba Wallace is at fault there, and I almost just wonder how much information the spotter was giving him on that restart as well. It's not like Bubba Wallace didn't hit Joey Logano square. If Logano wasn't already pushing the 42 of Ty Dillon when Wallace made the push to Logano, that wreck wouldn't have happened. So that's why I was wondering if the spotter did not give the information that the 22 was already locked on to the 42, that when he had the big run, and especially getting up to speed, it wasn't even like it was a big run. He just probably got through the shift a little quicker than Logano, and that's what led to that push. I think the 31 of Justin Haley barely missed the accident. The 18 of Kyle Busch barely missed it as well. We'll have the list of drivers involved in the accident once they bring up the tally marks. It's our 4th caution of the race. You don't usually see that kind of a wreck, especially at a super speedway, unless it's like the end of the race. Really is the only time we see them have a stack up like that on a restart, but this is not the end of the race. This is the middle of stage 2. where we saw that accordion effect happen, taking out a lot of cars. Come on, Freddie Crafty. Yeah, I forgot he is Bubba Wallace's spotter, isn't he? I mean, obviously there's always a lot of pushing on the restarts. You would expect them to be able to hang on to it, but it was just because there were 3 cars pushing each other at once in the middle of turns 1 and 2 at the same time, where the cars are a lot lighter, even when they're only getting up to speed. Even though they're just getting up to speed, they're still going over 100 miles an hour. Cars involved in the wreck at lap 90 would include Daniel Suarez, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ty Dillon, Cole Custer, Todd Gilliland, Joey Logano, Harrison Burton, and Austin Cindric. So 8 cars involved at lap 90, just shy of the halfway mark today at Talladega, following a restart after B.J. McLeod had lost a tire off the restart before that. So 2 cautions in a row in turns 1 and 2 off the initial restart. Terry Road, welcome to the stream. Calvin Snellings, welcome to the stream as well. Let's leave politics out of the chat, guys. Not here. Those were hard hits. Nowhere near as hard of a hit as the first accident we saw today, though, between Briscoe and Buescher. Then again, they were up to speed when that accident happened, too. Hard enough hits to definitely take a few of them out of the race. I think Logano already climbed out of his car, if I'm not mistaken. Stenhouse, Suarez has heavy damage. The cars out of the race from that accident would include Gillen, Burton, Joey Logano, Ty Dillon, Daniel Suarez, Ricky Stenhouse. They're all at least 2 laps down. I don't know. It looks like Austin Cindric is still on the lead lap. He might be able to walk away with the damage he has. I think he's the only driver that was involved in that accident that is actually able to get away with it and at least remain on the lead lap if they are still running. Free pass goes to Landon Castle during the 8-car accident in turn 1. No flip has happened so far. Yep, all cars have been down on all 4. That was our first big one of the race. I did not expect it to be like that off a restart in the middle of the race. And they were probably only going about 120 or so miles an hour in turn 1. Oh, but tapped Joey to give him a push. Probably didn't mean to wreck him. Yeah, the 22 was already pushing the 42 when Wallace had pushed Logano in front of him on the restart, and that's what caused the accordion. 23 team as a whole, I would probably put the blame on. I wouldn't put it fully on Wallace, but between him and his spotter. Because that spotter's Freddie Kraft. He's got to give the information that the 22 is already pushing the 42. And I get it if it's hard to dictate that when they're at full speed. But I would think on the restart when they're getting up to speed that early like that, that's information that you could definitely relay to your driver in time. Joey was in Bubba's way. That sounds a little biased, too. See, that's one thing. Everybody is full throttle when they're on the restart getting through the gears. You're not half throttle getting through the gears. So it's definitely another reason why you usually don't see something like that happen on the restarts. It wasn't like there was a block that went bad. It's just really weird accident. I don't think I could ever recall one happening quite like that at Talladega, middle of the race on a restart. You see them get stacked up when they're changing gears and maybe cause an accident sometimes at Daytona and Talladega, but not like that, especially in the middle of the race. And it wasn't even towards the end of a stage either. We still had over 20 laps to go in the stage at Talladega, which is quite a bit of time. Now we're going to have a lot less time left in stage number 2 by the time we get everything cleaned up and go back to green flag racing. Still under the caution period. No red flag for the accident. But they are now just past halfway as we have about 93 laps to go. Miscoordination, lack of information. That's probably the best way to interpret that, honestly. Is Todd Gilliland a brother, cousin, son, or just the nephew of David and Ty Gilliland? He is the son of David Gilliland. David Gilliland would be Ty Gilliland's dad. Have a short break, but come back soon. Alrighty. Ty Dillon was almost pushed in the 19 of Truex as well while he was getting pushed by Joey Logano. Any plans of going to a specific track this year? Yeah, I still plan on going to the Indy 500. I plan on going to Gateway for the first Cup race. More on that in a second. Here's Jamie Little with Joey Logano.
Just saw the replay. What's your take there?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, from what I see there, it looks like Truex was just trying to get everyone connected, which, I mean, it's part of it. Maybe over-connected a little bit, got all four of us stacked on top of each other, and at that point, you're getting pushed from behind, you're pushing the car in front, there's nothing you can do, and I was the one that got shuffled out, so stinks. Talladega, I don't know, some people love it. I can't say I do, but it seems like it just happens a lot for us on these tracks. We're in up front and something happens, but we'll move on to next weekend with our Shell Pencil Mustang and move on, but it stinks here. We didn't get any stage points, and they were going to finish towards the back, so pretty big hit today.
First stand up for Joey Logano.
Big hit, as Joey Logano mentioned, for the point standings without any stage points and finishing outside the top 30 today. It looks like he'll finish 32nd on the grid. That is going to mean that Logano is only going to score 5 points total in today's race. He was third in the regular season standings coming in. He'll likely drop back at least a few positions in the standings. Following today's race, he does not have a win. He's comfortably above the points cutoff line right now, assuming we don't get too many different winners, but we already have 8 different winners in the first 9 races, and we could see a night today. Still 2 more super speedway races before the playoffs start, as well as we go back to Atlanta in July, and then we go to Daytona, of course, for the regular season finale as well. Going to Texas for the All-Star race and Watkins Glen. I'm not going to either one of those 2 tracks this year, but anyway, what I was saying, going to the Indy 500, I'll be at Gateway, and then I will be at Mid-Ohio for the IndyCar and Xfinity race. Those are back-to-back weekends. I'll be at Michigan as usual. That's my home track. I'll be at Kansas, Talladega in the fall, and last race will be the championship at Phoenix. So those are all the races I have planned on going the rest of the year. track is my favorite? Yeah, Bristol. Bristol. I already mentioned that in the chat. Talladega, Daytona's fun. Bristol's awesome. I've seen 3 classic finishes in the 3 times I've gone there already. 2 of them last year at the Xfinity and the Cup race, and then 1 even on dirt this year. It was my favorite track growing up as a kid, though, too. I've always liked Bristol. I've always liked Daytona and Talladega, too, but nothing beats Bristol in my book. Just an update. We've had over 20 lead changes today. Currently still at 9 different leaders. Bubba Wallace won stage 1. We've had 4 cautions. Most recently, we are under the caution now following an accident with 8 cars involved on the restart after the 78 of BJ McLeod had a right rear tire come off initially on a restart that Greg Biffle had caused the caution for stalling out in turn 4. So we've had 3 cautions back to back to back without getting a single green flag lap in that stretch. The 8 drivers involved and taken out of the most recent accident: Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, Daniel Suarez, Ty Dillon, Harrison Burton, Todd Gilliland, Cole Custer, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. were the 8 involved. Austin Cindric is actually still on the lead lap and in the race, but everybody else who was involved in that accident is done. So we have just 25 cars on the lead lap now. Free pass again went to Landon Castle during the caution. The only drivers who are still a lap down would be Cody Ware, BJ McLeod, Michael McDowell, and Stenhouse. Stenhouse still in the race, but he's a lap down after that accident. I'm surprised because he had a lot of damage, it looked like. Suarez tried to continue on the caution laps, but it looks like he'll pull to the garage ultimately. And yeah, 47's not going to be able to continue. I was going to say, he had a lot of damage. And he's about to pull back down onto pit road again. This time by as well. Yeah, Justin Haley and Kyle Busch barely missed that accident. Great job missing it, though. Leading the league at the moment. Dustin, the DJ Master, welcome to the stream. Might as well just call NASCAR Demolition Derby at Talladega. We've seen a lot of great racing today. Cautions breeding cautions now. And 2 of them, well, one was just because of the 44 car of Greg Biffle stalling on the track. Here's Jamie Little now with Ty Dillon.
You were just an innocent bystander. What'd you feel there?
Yeah, that was tough. I felt like I shifted to 5th gear, getting high gear, and then all of a sudden I saw 22 and there was nowhere I could go. I'm just a bystander of aggression, and just as soon as stage 2 started, I could feel the energy just wasn't the same. It had ramped up for whatever reason. We had way too many laps to go. I don't think people really get it. Every year we come back, you got to finish the race to have a chance. So we're bump drafts and doing silly things with way too many laps to go. And I'm bummed for our guys at Black Rifle and our guys at Petty GMS. We had a fast Camaro and couldn't keep it outside the top 15, and just kind of doing my thing that I've been successful doing here at these speedways, and just trying to be smart, stay out of trouble, and manage the race. It's a chess match, and you got to use your brain a little bit in these races to have a shot. And some people don't ever realize that every time we come back.
It's time.
Should be going green this time by as the field works their way off of turn 4. Martin Truex Jr. was in the lead at the time of the caution. Chose to elect the outside on the restart. That is interesting considering that he is going to leave all 3 Chevrolets for Hendrick Motorsports on the bottom of Byron, Elliott, and Larson. Truex will have Eric Jones and Ryan Blaney behind him on the outside as they are in the Geico restart zone. The green flag is back in the air again. And And it'll be William Byron getting the push for Chase Elliott while the 43 pushes the 19 on the outside. A little more tame in the middle of the pack in the restart as they'll actually make it through turns 1 and 2 without a caution this time. Off of turn 2, it'll be Byron. Truex still side by side for the lead. Both getting out ahead of their respected lines. And now the push simultaneously down the back with the 43 and the 9 cars. Finally pulling clear is William Byron on the inside lane. He won the last super speedway race at the Atlanta Motor Speedway on that 1.5 miles. And now Elliott has pulled clear of Martin Truex Jr. as well as Kyle Larson now. So the Hendrick Chevys on the bottom and the Chevrolets in general who have dominated the day now run 1, 2, 3 on the bottom lane. Outside getting a little bit bigger of a run this time for Martin Truex Jr. and Kurt Busch. Actually, Busch is on the bottom. It's Eric Jones on the outside still. More cars lined up on the bottom than the top as well, so that's also helping the inside lane right now. Looks like 5 or 6 cars up high. The rest of them pretty much down on the bottom in that lead draft. A couple more cars towards the back of the bottom lane moving up to the outside all of a sudden. Truex has pulled back alongside the 9 car of Chase Elliott into turn 1. Didn't aggressively side draft him enough, and the bottom on the shortest way around the track in the middle of the corner is going to allow Elliott to pull clear of Truex again. Truex is alongside the 5 of Kyle Larson. We'll see how much of a run he'll get down the backstretch this time. And we have trouble at the back of the pack again. It looks like Cole Custer, who was involved in that last accident, is smoking in turn 3 rather. We continue to stay green as Cole Custer is working his way on the apron. It looks as if he has a flat left front tire. So we'll continue to stay green as he works his way to pit road. 20 laps to go at stage 2 this time by. William Byron is the leader. Martin Truex Jr. second, Chase Elliott third, Eric Jones fourth, Kyle Larson rounds out the top 5. Byron by half a car length leads that lap at the line. Truex with a massive push from Jones on the outside, and Truex by a bumper has the lead in the middle of 1 and 2. A lot of time still to go in this one. 88 laps left on top of the 20 in stage 2. A lot of 2x2 racing throughout the course of this race. They've really never been single file. Even when they had the green flag pit stops, they were 2x2, and the cars on the bottom are just trying to slowly make their way onto pit road. Just went back and saw how Kyle barely made it through the crash. Yeah, that was definitely a close call by Busch. A couple of them in the middle of that accident, but he was able to miss everything, and he continues on. Chase Elliott locking bumpers in the middle of 1 and 2 with the 24 of William Byron. We haven't seen a lot of bump drafting in the middle of the corners just because of how unstable these cars have been on a hot, slick Sunday afternoon racetrack. This next-gen car having much lower downforce than the previous Super Speedway package with the Gen 6 cars. Ty Dillon, Martin Truex Jr. bumping in the middle of turns 3 and 4 now, but the inside is starting to take off a little bit better. The top 5 cars are clear. Kyle Busch moving down to the bottom, further towards the back. Now it's one less car on the outside lane with Busch moving down. Seeing that the inside line is starting to take off a little bit better. Michelle Marie K. Miller root for Alex Bowman today. Bowman is in the top 5. You got the 3 Hendrick Chevys of Byron, Elliott, and Larson, but then you have Alex Bowman, who's actually the 5th car on the bottom. Kurt Busch is separating the Hendrick cars, being 1, 2, 3, 4 on the bottom lane. Kurt Busch's teammate, Bubba Wallace, is on the outside, and he's the 4th car in line up high. Here's the NASCAR Fox. Crank it up as you guys will get to listen to it live on KRC. Oh, trouble. Cody Ware in the wall. Backwards in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Caution's out again. And sliding down into the grass as the left rear tire is flat on the 51 and he is stuck in the grass on the bottom. So in the middle of the crank it up. Caution is out for the 5th time today and for the 4th time in stage 2. Cody Ware was riding towards the back of the lead pack. He was on the outside lane of the 2 lanes. And he just got turned from behind and overcorrected into the outside wall. Couldn't tell who the car was behind him that had pushed him. It looked like it might have been Brad Keselowski, but I'm not entirely sure. See if we get a better angle of it. It's a car with a white front bumper at least. A white hood. Cody Ware's now gotten out of the grass, but he's stuck on the banking of the racetrack. It looks like his right rear tire is well flat, just like the left rear. Todd Gillen on pit road making more repairs. He was involved in the big one at lap 90. So Cody Ware got spun towards the end of the front stretch, right around where the start-finish line was. He just didn't get hit square by the car that was behind him. Turned him to the right. And around went Ware into the wall. Showing a Dale Sr. Wrangler number 3 car in the infield. It's actually pretty slick. That is my favorite Dale Sr. paint scheme of all time. You can argue me down in the chat all you want. But my personal favorite Dale Earnhardt Sr. paint scheme is that blue and yellow Wrangler number 3. And I have a die cast of it up there. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. Pit road is open. Nobody at the front of the field is going to pit. Eric Jones, Ryan Blaney, Bubba Wallace, Harvick, and others coming in. So some drivers will be pitting, likely for fuel and tires, I'd have to assume. Bubba Wallace is going to jack up the car. They're going left sides. Very interesting. Left side tires only for the 2311 Toyota. Eric Jones going to take right side tires only. 4-tire stop for Kevin Harvick. So most of the cars on pit road took 2 tires. Ryan Blaney going to take 4. 2-tire stops from Jones, Bell, Wallace took left sides, Keselowski, and Cindric. Everybody else took 4 tires of those who pit. And everybody in the top 14 stayed out, from Byron in the lead back to J.J. Yaley in 14th. So William Byron is the leader. Chase Elliott is second. Kyle Larson third. Kurt Busch fourth. Alex Bowman rounds out the top 5. Austin Dillon in 6th. Martin Truex Jr. 7th. Denny Hamlin 8th. Ross Chastain 9th. And Justin Haley rounds out the top 10 with 81 laps to go in the Geico 500 at Talladega Superspeedway. Yeah, that was fun to watch Jeffrey Earnhardt yesterday. Wheel that number 3 car to second place at Talladega. I kind of had chills when he made it up to second going into turn 3. I was like, oh my gosh, is he going to win this thing? He couldn't get around Gragson, though, coming back to the line. And Noah Gragson went on to win. Austin Reed Board reacts. Welcome to the stream as well. I saw you guys during the NASCAR crank it up on Fox that I was playing for you guys. Leading up to the Cody Ware spin as well. A lot of Bowman fans in the chat today. I've noticed his fan base, and really every driver at Hendrick Motorsports, I've noticed their fan base is growing the more they win. Even William Byron fans have noticed at the racetrack, especially this year. Especially at Dirt Bristol, I noticed a few Byron fans compared to others, and him having 2 wins this year might have a lot to do with it. People hopping on the Hendrick bandwagon. How do I think the pit strategy is going to work compared to the ones who stayed out? I don't think it's going to matter much. I think track position is going to overcome tires in today's race. It does seem like it's pretty hard to move through the pack. Very few drivers have actually been able to do it with success on multiple occasions, especially. There's not a lot of time left in this stage. Now, with them pitting and topping off on fuel, they may be able to stay out during the stage break and then get the track position to start the final stage. So I'm assuming that that is the reason why they pitted. If they end up pitting during the stage break anyway, I really have no clue why they pitted now. But that's what I would imagine they'll end up doing, because they should be able to be within the window to make it on just one more stop in the final stage for those who pitted during the caution now. Because we know we're having caution laps now, then we're going to have more caution laps at the end of stage 2. Left front. So a little damage to the 12 of Ryan Blaney splitter, so they were patching that up on pit road. Took a little extra time, and Bubba Wallace had a loose left front wheel. They did not get the lug nuts secured tightly. They're taking left side tires only. Good thing they didn't go green and the tire didn't come off. That would have been the second time that has happened to him in the last few races. And it would have been the second time that's happened to somebody in this race today, but they were able to come down to pit road, tighten the lug nut up, and back out onto the racetrack he went. So both Blaney and Wallace going to be towards the back of the lead lap. Looks like Landon Castle and J.J. Yaley had pit, potentially. Earl Arnold Jr., welcome to the stream. Oh, you've been in the stream. Never mind. How's Brad doing listening to you on Bluetooth away from the phone? Keselowski is 14th currently. He was able to get back on the lead lap with the string of cautions we've had in Stage 2. By the way, I didn't mention that the free pass during the Cody Ware accident had gone to... Waiting for the scoreboard to update on my end. Michael McDowell. McDowell got the free pass during the most recent caution. We'll have 10 laps to go in Stage 2 when they go back to green. 78 laps to go total of the 188 we started the race off with. So here we go, back to the restart zone. It'll be Byron on the outside of row 1, Chase Elliott on the inside of row 2. Byron should be able to pull down in front of the other Hendrick Chevrolets on the inside. Bowman as well is on the bottom lane in row 3. So all 4 Hendrick cars on the bottom now as Byron times it out well. He hops to the inside of Chase Elliott and leads the way through turns 1 and 2. Kurt Busch and Austin Dillon will now be the first 2 cars in line on the outside lane. Not a lot of cars on the outside lane compared to the cars on the bottom. Heavy bump drafted between Austin Dillon and Kurt Busch to try to get the pole for the outside group. Slow car in the middle of turns 3 and 4 right now, trying to work his way back to pit road. I think it was Cody Ware in the 51. We continue to stay green. We'll see if he can keep the car rolling or not. Chevrolet has dominated this race today, and they are looking to get their first stage win of the day, running 1 through 4, all with the Hendrick Chevrolets at that 1 through 4, as Kurt Busch and Austin Dillon are starting to go backwards on the outside groove, along with the cars that are still in line behind them. It's going to be really tough to dethrone the top 4 right now, and it's going to take a really, really tall task for anybody to find their way around the 4 Hendrick cars controlling the bottom lane with 8 laps to go now in Stage 2. We know Kurt Busch and Bubba Wallace have been fast for Toyota, probably the 2 fastest Toyotas in the field. They're in the outside groove, but they are not together. And there's just not enough cars up there either. Ross Chastain, who got the free pass at the end of Stage 1, is also in the lead draft on the inside lane in 6th. Great comeback for him. Single file accordion line now as the outside group is dissipated and they have collected themselves down on the double yellow line with the rest of the leaders. 7 laps to go in Stage 2, our first conga line of the race. You'd have to imagine somebody's going to pull out late in the stage to make a move. It's going to be tough to dethrone the 4 Hendrick Chevys if they continue to stay out in front. Not to mention, Austin Cindric, who is involved in the 8-car accident, not only made the repairs quickly enough to keep the car on the track, but he was able to stay on the lead lap in the process, and now is back inside the top 10. He is currently in 9th place. What a quick comeback for Austin Cindric. He's still looking at stage points despite getting clobbered in that 8-car wreck following the restart at lap 90. 50 people watching right now. Thank you for everybody tuning in. We're watching the live commentary for the Geico 500 at Talladega for the NASCAR Cup Series. You got the live leaderboard on the screen. 6 laps to go in Stage 2 now. Single file line at the front while about 6 to 7 cars trail in the back running 2 by 2. One car hopping way out of line. That's Ryan Blaney. I'm not sure what happened there. He forces his way right back onto the racetrack. Actually, that was another car that went down to the bottom. It was the 15, perhaps? I can't tell who that is. It was the 15 of David Reagan who got shuffled down to the double yellow line and nearly pulled up into Blaney. Spacing out those cars at the rear of the field even more. They're not going to go a lap down, losing the lead draft with just 5 laps to go now in stage 2 this time by. They have organized single file in that second group. Will they catch the first group? And if they do, they'll have a big run, but with only 5 to go now, I think they're going to run out of time. It looks as if the lead group has about 18 cars. And then everybody from 19th through 25th is in the second group. Definitely, if you're playing fantasy, make sure that your lineups are set before the end of stage 2. Stenhouse got taken out in that accident for me, so I'm going to have to take him out. But all the other guys on my team are still in this. Brad Keselowski was the car leading the second group. He has obviously a really, really fast car behind him of Bubba Wallace in the 23. Now Austin Cindric is starting to leave a little bit of space between his Ford and the Chevrolet of Eric Jones in front of him, trying to get an even bigger run. But Cindric has damage, and nobody wants to go with Austin Cindric. They go to the outside, and Cindric will get shuffled out of line. Harvick now will lead the second group in ninth, and Cindric is going to lose his opportunity at stage points as they come to 3 laps to go in the stage. Still single file. Big run by Harvick. Moves to the outside of Eric Jones. Jones tried to pull up the block, thought better of it, pulls back down to the bottom. Kyle Busch is the one drafting the 4 car of Harvick. Almirola goes high looking to get in front of his teammate. He couldn't do it, and the inside line is becoming separated, and here comes the top. Now they move to the outside again, right in front of Kevin Harvick. Nowhere to go for him. Ross Chastain is the lead car. Now Chastain gets hung out of line on the outside groove. Harvick to the inside of the 1. The blocks are not working as the momentum from Harvick and Busch is too much. 2 to go in the stage this time by. Harvick's worked himself up to 6th place behind Truex and then the 4 Hendrick Chevrolets. But with him and Busch now back on the bottom, will they make another move to the outside? A lot of space separating Kyle Busch at 7th, and then the cars in 8th place behind him who run 2 by 2. Can they get enough of a run, though? Here comes Chastain with a push from the 45 of Kurt Busch down the back straightaway. Lap and a half to go in stage 2. Chastain trying to side draft Busch and slow the momentum down to the inside, but there's still just not enough cars on the top. Now down to just 5 of them. And they're not that tightly bunched together. Will anybody pull out a line to maybe make a move on William Byron in the 24 car of the Hendrick stable, or will all 4 Hendrick Chevys continue to stay single file? Kyle Busch makes the move to the outside of Kevin Harvick for 6th place to the line. Final lap of stage number 2. Kyle Busch leads the outside. He's in front of another Toyota driver, Kurt Busch. Busch now pulls down in front of Kevin Harvick on the bottom, right behind his teammate Truex. Truex backing up to get a run on the Hendrick Chevrolet of Alex Bowman, but there's only a couple cars really tightly packed together. Truex now to the outside of the 48. He'll make the move. Big run coming. Push from Kyle Busch. Harvick pulls to the outside with the Toyotas, but there's still not enough cars up there. Truex down to the bottom now, trying to get a run behind Kyle Larson. And he'll just have to stay in line as he has no help behind him. They'll be coming to the checkered flag this time by in stage number 2. 3 wide through the tri-oval from about 5th on back. Nearly contact between the 48 and the 19. And Byron will easily be able to hold on in front with the top 3 being all Hendrick Chevys. Byron wins stage 2. Another playoff point for Willie B on the season. Chase Elliott will finish 2nd in the stage. Kyle Larson 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. 4th. Kyle Busch will round out the top 5 in stage number 1. Alex Bowman 6th. Eric Almirola 7th. Eric Jones 8th. Ross Chastain 9th. And Kurt Busch will round out the top 10 in stage 1. Sorry, stage 2. Messing up all over the place today. Sorry for that. I'll get it together for the final stage. Now we'll probably see a little bit more pit strategy come on display at the end of stage 2 during this stage break. Remember, there were cars that had pit for tires and to top off on fuel during the last caution we had in the middle of stage 2. We restarted with about 10 to go in the stage. So they're only going to have 10 laps on their tires. Some of them took 2. Most of them took 4. I would have to imagine you're definitely going to see the drivers who ended up staying out of the pits during the caution pit now, which would include the 4 Hendrick Chevys who were up towards the front of the field at the end of stage number 2. Fake Alex Bowman down in the chat. We've had a lot of Alex Bowman fans. Now we have a fake Alex Bowman in the chat as well. $28 likes on the stream so far. Our goal was 150. I really was expecting more people to get into the stream today. Still have the final stage to go. 68 laps in the last stage. Less than that by the time we go green. Still sitting at 9 different leaders in today's race. Count how many lead changes we've had. 24 lead changes with 9 different leaders so far, and this stage 2 break will be our 5th caution of the day. Jonathan Miller, welcome to the stream. Another Alex Bowman fan. We have a ton of Bowman fans down in the chat for this one. He's running well. Struggled in the tournament today. Makes it feel any better. I didn't do so hot myself. Still early in the season. That's what I'm telling myself at least. I had an 87. I played 9 holes after work yesterday. I ended up with a 39. 4 over. But that did not translate to today. It's super windy outside though at my house though, so that definitely didn't help. Here's the pit stops in the middle of stage 2 break. It's like 4 tires for William Byron, Alex Bowman, Martin Truex Jr. coming in for tires. Kyle Larson will take on 4 tires as well. A lot of cars pit. I don't think anybody stayed out. And Eric Jones wins the race off the pit road going fuel only. Kyle Busch changed 2 tires and it will roll off second, followed by Harvick, Blaney, and Keselowski, the top 5. And then everybody from 9th on back looked to have taken 4 tires, which would be Larson and Elliott on back. So either 2 tires or no tires for those other guys. Clint Boyer going to dial up William Byron. Here's the interview.
We'll see what we do here, but I think we can stay.
Hey, William Byron, it's Boyer Jr. Mike Joy up in the booth. You got us?
Yes, sir. I got you, Boyer. How you doing?
Man, not as good as you. Fast hot rod. I've grown accustomed to seeing the Hendrick cars fast on qualifying day. Struggle with the handling on Sunday. Not the case today. How about your hot rod?
Yeah, the guys have worked super hard on trying to get us a little bit better, and I feel like so far it's working really good. So just got to keep that going, keep the good mojo going, and try to keep ourselves at the front. Chase was a great pusher there, obviously, and was able to keep our line going. So thanks everybody on this team for a fast car. Hopefully we can keep it up here.
Absolutely. Seems like it's according to plan. Good luck.
And that was Byron, the stage 2 winner. Shot a 101, 47, 54. Yeah, I had an 87 shooting, a 43 on the front nine, 44 on the back. I had a chip in for birdie on a par 3 today, though. I was on the fringe. It was probably only like 20 feet away, but nice little tracking shot, trickled right into the hole. That was pretty cool. Will Lee's a Chase Elliott fan. A lot of Hendrick fans in the chat. Mostly Bowman. 48 people watching right now. We are about to head into the final stage of the Geico 500 at Talladega. If you are just tuning in live on KRC for the, again, live commentary of this race. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we're about to get things going very, very shortly. Saved at the pump. Missed 2 birds. Yeah, 2 of them in the 9 holes I played last night. They were both on par 5s, which definitely helps. Billy Kramer's picking William Byron. Byron is a very good super speedway racer. His first career win came at Daytona in the summer race in 2020. Had a pretty solid finish, though, in last year's Talladega race, the spring race. Ended up finishing 3rd. And he won at Atlanta this season, which was repaved and remodeled into a miniature super speedway. So this package definitely suits William Byron really well. Byron going for his 3rd win of the season today. Lester Troyer, welcome to the stream. Like always, going with Bowman. Another Bowman fan. I don't know how many that's been. That's got to be like 5 or 6 that have just come out and said it in the chat. I've had over 50 people watch at 1.2. That's a good percentage of Bowman fans. And a couple more Hendrick fans on top of it. The 31 likes. Things are going to heat up into the final stage. Everybody will still have to make one more pit stop in this race. 25 cars on the lead lap. Todd Gilliland is the first car not on the lead lap at 26. He's still in the race, but he's 4 laps down following being involved in that lap 98 car accident. Drivers out of the race right now and out of a shot to win would be Tyler Reddick with an engine failure, Chris Buescher, Chase Briscoe, Daniel Hemrick in the accident at the end of stage 1. Greg Biffle stalled out with an engine issue as well. And Harrison Burton, Ty Dillon, Joey Logano, Daniel Suarez, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Cole Custer, all involved in the accident, as well as Ty Gillen, who is 3 down. Guess Gillen got one of his 4 laps back during the stage break. BJ McLeod and Cody Ware had separate issues. They were 8+ laps down. So Eric Jones and Kyle Busch will be on the front row for the restart. The Hendrick Brigade at the front of the field we saw at the end of stage 2 was no more. Brad K, Reagan Yealy, and Haley. They're all in the lead lap. The first we've really seen Kevin Harvick and Ryan Blaney towards the front of the field today. Even Keselowski, for that matter as well. They'll all be restarting in the top 5. Blaney doesn't have many teammates to work with here. Austin Cindric has a lot of damage, although he is still in the race. And then Logano's out as well as Harrison Burton. Burton, the Wood Brothers Ford, affiliate of Penske. So not a lot of tire fall off today. I would have to imagine we're going to be seeing pit stops with only fuel only in the final stage whenever they have to make it, whether it'll be under green or under the caution. Heading into the Geico restart zone. Could this be the final restart of the race? You never know how this is going to play out. Green flag is back in the air with about 62 laps to go in the Geico 500 at Talladega. Kyle Busch gets a great jump on the outside with a great push from the 12 of Ryan Blaney and the 23 of Bubba Wallace. Blaney is clear in second, chooses to stay on the high side in front of Wallace. Kyle Busch is clear as well. Will he pull to the bottom or will he stay up high? No Toyotas for Kyle Busch to work with at the front. He'll stick with the 12 of Ryan Blaney, who has won here a couple times in recent years. Harvick giving the push to the 43 of Eric Jones on the bottom, though. And here comes Jones into turn 3 in the Air Force, number 43, Petty GMS car. And he'll have the lead in the middle of turns 3 and 4. And it looks like Eric Jones will lead the opening green flag lap of the final stage of the race today. He only led it by a little less than a car length as Blaney bump drafts Kyle Busch heavily and launches him into turn 1. They're going to separate each other, and Busch is a little further out ahead of the pack. That is time for him to try and side draft Eric Jones, which we haven't really seen aggressive side drafting most of the day today. And Blaney quickly closed to the back of the 18, gave him another big push to try to keep him alongside the 43 car on the bottom. Mixture of manufacturers on both the inside and the outside. There's no organization with them as of right now, and the race is on. Kyle Busch to the lead, and that is the first lap he has led today, now making him the 10th different leader of this one. Way ahead of the pack is Busch, though, as he's got both lanes to try to control. He'll move down to the bottom in front of the 43 of Eric Jones, leaving Ryan Blaney and Bubba Wallace on the outside. Not sure what kind of a car Blaney has, but we know Wallace has been fast, whether it's been the lead car or the push car, and he is going to push Ryan Blaney to the lead on the back straightaway. Blaney will stay connected with the 23. Didn't really have a shot to move down in front of Busch as he wasn't completely clear of him. Wallace going to try to break free in the middle of the corner. Blaney aggressively side drafting Busch, maybe more than any other driver has tried to side draft the other leader on the cars on the bottom today. Busch not quite clear again, but neither is Blaney now that Blaney got another big push from Wallace. Austin Cindric is splitting up the two Penske drivers, but with the damage on the right front of Cindric's car, I wonder if he's even going to be able to push another car. Cindric won the Daytona 500. He has a win in the Xfinity Series at Daytona in the season opener there as well. That was in 2021, and he getting a little loose off the exit of the tri-oval. And that short shoot from the middle of the tri-oval into turn 1. He is definitely clear of Kyle Busch, but he's going to stay with his best friend and followed by teammate behind him of Bubba Wallace and Austin Cindric. Wallace again going to pull the bump draft behind the 12. And they will pull to the bottom. Right in front of Kyle Busch. Ryan Blaney about to lead his first lap of the race. And Cindric, being the lead car on the outside now with the damage to the front of his car, is holding the outside lane back. Elliott is trying to push him, but they are going nowhere for the time being. The aerodynamics are not very good on the two car of Cindric with the damage. It's amazing he is still in the top 10, let alone battling for the lead, but that car is just not fast enough with the damage when he is the lead car. Elliott is still all over the back of him, and they're going to have to get around him or they're going to continue to go backwards. More cars filing out of the outside line and down to the inside back behind as they see the outside losing a ton of ground. Cindric nearly gets turned on the back straightaway by Elliott, bump drafting him, just trying to move him forward, but they are not succeeding at all. Elliott is going to pull down to the bottom as he found a hole between his teammates Kyle Larson and William Byron, leaving Truex and Bowman on the outside, followed by Almirola behind Cindric. Truex to the outside of Cindric, and Cindric will go into the sucker hole in the middle. And he will go backwards. Ryan Blaney, Bubba Wallace lead the inside lane at the front of the field. Top 12 to 13, single file on the bottom. Double wide on behind them after Cindric had held up the outside lane once he was the lead car. Cindric staying in the lead draft, but he's at the bottom lane now at the very tail end of the pack. 12th different leader of the race now is Blaney. And Bubba Wallace, who in my opinion has probably had the fastest car in the field today, runs in second. He's going to be tough to beat if he's at the front of the field late. Blaney, of course, again, a good super speedway racer of his own. Blaney has not won a race that we've done live commentary for on the channel between the 12 last year and so far this year in race number 7 for us on the channel for these live streams. Bubba Wallace still giving Ryan Blaney pushes on the straightaway. And everybody else pretty much in line behind Wallace and Blaney are staying single file. There's no need for them to really try to pull out a line and make something happen at this moment, as we are still one pit stop out from the finish of the race and still at just 55 laps to go at the line this time. William Byron has led the most laps today with 38 laps led. Second closest is Suarez, who's out of the race with 28 laps led early in the going. Kyle Larson led 21 laps. Most of those, if not all those, in stage 1. So the Hendrick Chevys are fast when they're together, but independently on speed is where Wallace has them beat. But the lack of Toyotas in the field in general could hurt him. Good thing for Wallace is he does have Kyle Busch behind him. Although he's not a teammate, is an affiliated teammate of Joe Gibbs Racing. So if those two are together, 1-2, and Wallace goes to make a move on Blaney, stay late in the race, I think Busch is definitely going to go with him. $57 people currently watching the stream. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We'll take a quick rundown of the order while Fox is on the side-by-side commercial break, and they are single file on the double yellow line right now on the bottom of the racetrack at Talladega. 54 laps to go. Ryan Blaney leads the way. Bubba Wallace is in second. Kyle Busch is third. Eric Jones is fourth. Kevin Harvick rounds out the top 5. Brad Keselowski in 6th. Christopher Bell 7th. Kyle Larson 8th. Chase Elliott 9th. And William Byron rounds out the top 10. Ross Chastain in 11th. Michael McDowell 12th. 13th is Denny Hamlin. 14th is Austin Dillon. And 15th is Martin Truex Jr. David Reagan 16th. Corey LaJoie 17th. Kurt Busch 18th. Justin Haley 19th. And Landon Castle rounds out the top 20. Almirola in 21st, Alex Bowman 22nd, Cindric 23rd, Gregson 24th, and J.J. Yeley 25th. Everybody from 26 on back is slow off the pace with damage or out of the race. B.J. McLeod in 26th, Todd Gilliland 27th, Cody Ware 28th, Cole Custer 29th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 30th, Daniel Suarez 31st, Joey Logano 32nd, Ty Dillon 33rd, 34th is Harrison Burton, 35th Greg Biffle, Daniel Hemrick 36th, Chase Briscoe 37th, Chris Buescher 38th, and Tyler Reddick rounds out the field and 39th out of the race as well. So when will the pit stops begin? Will they start as soon as the window opens to the end, or will they try to split this more in half, which is not going to be too many more laps after the window opens to the end anyway, considering we went green with about 62 laps to go in this final stage. Mention you never know if the final restart could have been that restart to stage 2. They're being calm right now, but it has definitely been hard to get runs in the pack today. It seems like when they were at Daytona that it was a lot easier to get the runs in the pack versus here at Talladega, and even at Atlanta for that matter as well. One thing I have noticed, though, is that track position still matters at Daytona, Talladega, both with this race going on, the 500 and speed weeks that went on earlier this year, and even at Atlanta. Austin Cindric trying to pull to the back bumper of the car in front of him in lane on the bottom. Cindric almost in danger of losing the draft, it seems like, in the middle of the corner, as his car is just not aerodynamically deficient or efficient, and it is deficient with the damage on the right front from the caution back on lap 90 on that restart. There's a lap car on the outside of the racetrack that the leaders are about to catch, but it's not anybody that's on the lead lap. And with it being single file, it's not really going to stack them up anywhere at all, as that slow lapper will stay on the outside near the wall. Phil Carson, welcome to the stream. He's pulling for Bubba Wallace today. BJ McLeod was that car on the outside, by the way. He'll go a 9th lap down. Now the pit window will open to the end of the race in about another 10 laps or so. 38 to 43 laps is the window. I think the smart move would be to either take it as far as you can or pit at the halfway mark just for a security deposit if we go into multiple overtimes today, like the Xfinity race did yesterday. Plus how hard it is to make a green flag pit stop. Maybe you can make it under caution like what happened in stage 2. Kyle Larson leaving a little bit of a gap right now with his Hendrick Chevrolet and then the back of Christopher Bell in front of him. Larson's got 2 teammates behind him of Chase Elliott and William Byron as well. Bowman is more towards the back of this pack. In 22nd. 48 to go this time by. Fox going to a commercial break right now. Full screen. Quick rundown of the top 10 again. Ryan Blaney in the lead. Right behind him, less than 1/10 of a second off the lead, Bubba Wallace. Kyle Busch third, 1/10 of a second back. 2/10 of a second off the lead is Eric Jones in fourth. Kevin Harvick is in fifth, 3/10 of a second off the lead. 4/10 of a second back is Brad Keselowski in sixth. Christopher Bell seventh, 1/2 a second off the lead. Kyle Larson, 6/10 of a second back in eighth. Chase Elliott, 8/10 of a second back in ninth. And 9/10 of a second off the lead is William Byron, rounding out the top 10. Single file line right now for everybody in the top 24. J.J. Yaley also in the lead lap in 25th, but he lost the draft on the restart. So he's 20 seconds back. We did see a late caution, though, and he does go a lap down, that he would get the free pass. Because nobody else is a lap down on the racetrack. Everybody else is more than 1 lap down. It's not a coincidence that Blaney and Wallace are the 2 leaders in this race, and they have won 3 of the last 4 Talladega races combined. 3 of the last 5 Talladega races combined, excuse me. Only ones to win in that stretch would be Keselowski in the spring last year, and then Denny Hamlin in the fall in 2020. Our spotlight drivers, Ryan Blaney was my pick to win this race today. He is currently in the lead. Bubba Wallace and, the other spotlight driver was Denny Hamlin of the must-haves. He's in 13th. They both stayed out of trouble. Both sleeper picks today. One stayed out of trouble, one did not. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Brad Keselowski. Stenhouse was the one that did not. He's out of the race right now and will end up finishing in 30th, while Brad Keselowski is in the race and in the top 10 in 6th. And the don't have list was Daniel Suarez, who is already out of the race. He will end up finishing 31st, so I was right with that prediction. Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. were also on that list. Kyle Busch in 3rd, Martin Truex Jr. in 15th. The way things run right now. So looking at the manufacturers in the lead pack. So in the lead pack alone, there are 7 Fords, 6 Toyotas, and 9 Chevrolets. So pretty even across the board now of the top 24 in the lead draft. And the reason why I mention that is because with green flag pit stops coming up soon, you're likely going to see the manufacturers pit with one another. I will say that the Chevrolets are probably most packed together right now. You have 4 of them running in a row from 8th through 11th. So if I had to predict who is going to end up with the lead if we get into green flag pit stops and who will cycle out in front, I'm going to go with the Chevys. The Fords are really far apart. There's only 3 of them in the top. There's 3 in the top 6, but then the other Fords are 12th, 16th, 21st, and 23rd in the lead draft. And then the Toyotas are 2nd, 3rd, 7th, but then the other 3 would be 13th, 15th, and 18th. Obviously, we're going to have to hope that nobody runs over one another when they make the green flag pit stops as well. That could cause something else to happen. Thinking Kyle goes back to back. Talk about Larson for the championship? Oh, you're talking about... never mind. Kyle Busch. That'd be an interesting back-to-back races to win. Dirt Bristol and Talladega. You couldn't get more different of a style of racing. From a dirt track to a super speedway in NASCAR. 43 to go. The window is open to the end of the race for anybody who wants to pit now. So we could be seeing pit stops really anytime now to about 10 to 15 laps after that. It's about as far as they could go on fuel afterwards. Can't afford to speed. Can't afford to make a mistake locking the tires up because you want to go fuel only. So if you lock the tires up, even if you get down to pit road speed and don't lose control of your car, I don't know if the flat spotting of tires has been harder or easier with the next gen car and this new tire. I don't think that part of it has made much of a difference because we've still seen flat tires probably just as much as we would have saw at the Gen 6. We're just not seeing it based off of contact with the composite bodies compared to the Gen 6 car. 64 people currently watching on the stream. Stream high for today, so thank you all for tuning in. So we have 41 laps to go, and the Geico 500 at Talladega. Our goal's 150 likes on the stream. And right now we're sitting at 36, so definitely smash the like button. And again, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Live race commentary for the real races on the race weekend and as well during the week on the video game side, predictions, post-race analysis, and more. We'll have a post-race live stream that will be on this exact live stream following the race where you guys will get to listen to driver interviews. We'll go through the prediction analysis on how all the drivers did that I talked about in the predictions episode finished, and was I right, was I wrong on specific drivers. Fantasy analysis and wrap up there, see where you guys finished in the fantasy standings this week. Starting to split into 2 groups right now. It looks like back to Ross Chastain at 12th, and then the cars behind him are starting to lose the draft a little bit. Michael McDowell's in 12th. He's actually pulling closer to the 11th place car of Chastain now. Maybe just sitting back to get a run, perhaps. I would imagine they're going to stay single file until they make it to their pit stops now that we're this close. But then again, as I just mentioned that, we have a group going to the outside. Almirola was starting the run, and then Denny Hamlin moved up in front of him. And now another car in front of Hamlin. That would be Chastain in the 1. So 6 cars on the outside groove. Rest of the cars, though, on the bottom. They don't really have enough up there right now. 38 laps to go at the stripe that time by. Surprised that they're starting to double up with us getting close to the green flag pit stops, because if you're on the outside, you're definitely not going to be able to pit. Hamlin is still pushing the 1 of Ross Chastain, trying to get the outside lane going. We saw the 2311 Toyotas be able to work as great push cars, and now we're seeing Denny Hamlin in that push car scenario for the first time today. He's gotten Chastain up to the inside of Christopher Bell, or the outside of Bell. Bell would be on the inside lane. And Bell is in 7th place, so the top 6 still single file on the bottom, but the outside is working forward considering that there was no outside lane about a lap and a half ago. The outside is a lot more tightly congested together than the bottom lane, excluding probably the top 3 or 4 cars. That's going to allow Denny Hamlin to bump draft Chastain into the tri-oval. They get to the outside of Kevin Harvick now, who is in 5th. And Wallace is going to pull out a line with Kyle Busch. They're going to hang Ryan Blaney out to dry and try to get ahead of the cars who are making the outside lane work. Great move by Bubba Wallace to take the lead away. Kyle Busch went with him, of course, another Toyota. Knowing that Hamlin was leading the outside, or one of the cars leading the outside, also a Toyota. Eric Jones moves down to the bottom, abandoning the outside. He's in front of Ryan Blaney. Wallace back down to the bottom in front of Eric Jones. Kyle Busch now leads the outside lane. The heat is on with 36 to go this time by. They are double wide all the way through the field from 3rd on back as Bubba Wallace and Eric Jones try to control the pack. Wallace back to the outside in front of Kyle Busch. Plenty of time to make the move. And he will stay on the outside and now maybe getting split 3 wide middle. No, nobody went with Busch to the outside. Kyle Busch will get hung out in the 3rd lane. And the disorganization is going to cause Eric Jones to take the lead on the bottom as Busch got shuffled out of line going to the outside of Wallace and nobody went with him. Blaney back to 2nd as he bump drafts the 43 car of Eric Jones. Will he try to move up in front of Wallace knowing that the 23 car is one of the fastest, if not the fastest cars in the field? Alex Bowman trying to squeeze between a couple Hendrick Chevys on the bottom lane, about 7 to 8 rows back. And he is able to get in between Larson and Ellie. So the 400 Chevys are lined up again, but they're in the middle of the pack versus the front of the pack like they were at the end of stage 2. Kyle Busch is shuffled all the way to the back of this pack on the outside in 18th. Bubba Wallace getting a push. Looking for the lead to the outside of Eric Jones. Bubba Wallace Again to the outside of Eric Jones into the tri-oval. Jones leads that lap by about a half a car length, maybe less, over Wallace. But the one could not stay directly behind him. And Bubba Wallace has to side draft the 12 of Ryan Blaney, who is in second place on the inside. And here comes the push from Chastain on the back straightaway again. Blaney and Jones bump drafting on the bottom into turn 3. Now they let go into the corner. Chastain lets go simultaneously on the outside with Wallace. Wallace is alongside the 43. He side drafts Eric Jones. That's going to allow the 23 to get a much bigger run off turn 4, getting the transition from the banking to the flat of the racetrack. After side drafting the 43, Bubba Wallace is clear if he wants to move back down to the inside, but he'll stay up high right now with Ross Chastain in the 1. Now he moves to the bottom in the middle of turns 1 and 2, and he has cleared the 43. Bubba Wallace back to trying to control both the inside and the outside lane. Ross Chastain leads the outside lane for now. Denny Hamlin pushes him. Wallace moves up in front of the 1. Back and forth goes the 23-11 Toyota of Bubba Wallace as he tries to control the pack. 33 laps to go as we are definitely towards the edge of the pit window right now. So these guys did not want to split this stage in half. They're trying to stretch it as far as they can now that they race side by side, but they're going to have to get organized to make that pit stop at some point in time within the next 5 to 10 laps. Stenhouse got taken out, Ethan. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Luke Belho, welcome to the stream. If you're looking for who is better right now, Bubba Wallace probably has the fastest car in the field if I had to guess. Byron's led the most laps today, but that was when all 4 Hendrick Chevys were kind of lined up 1 through 4. The 2311 Toyota seems to be able to do whatever he can with that race car as it is that fast. Whether he's on the inside or the outside, and the inside has been the preferred line for pretty much any driver who has led in this race. Denny Hamlin seems to have a fast Toyota here late as well. Same manufacturer as Bubba Wallace. Maybe helping. Hamlin, I'd say arguably is the best super speedway racer in NASCAR today. 3-time Daytona 500 winner all in the last 6 seasons. Fox still on the side-by-side commercial break. We'll take a quick rundown of the running order. Bubba Wallace in the lead. Eric Jones second. Ross Chastain in third. Ryan Blaney fourth. Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 5. Kevin Harvick in 6th. Eric Almirola 7th. Brad Keselowski 8th. Justin Haley 9th. Christopher Bell rounds out the top 10. Landon Castle 11th. Kyle Larson 12th. Corey LaJoie 13th. Alex Bowman 14th. Martin Truex Jr. 15th. Kurt Busch in 16th. William Byron in... Kurt Busch in 15th. Elliott was 14th. William Byron 16th, Austin Dillon 17th, Noah Gragson 18th, Ryan Blaney back to 19th after leading a little bit ago, Kevin Harvick 20th, Brad Keselowski 21st, Michael McDowell 22nd, Austin Cindric 23rd, David Reagan 24th. That is all the drivers on the lead lap, and they're all in the lead pack. Then you have J.J. Yaley 1 lap down in 25th. Everybody else from 26th on back is out of the race. B.J. McLeod, 26th. Todd Gilliland, 27th. Cody Ware, 28th. Cole Custer, 29th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 30th. Daniel Suarez, 31st. Joey Logano, 32nd. Ty Dillon, 33rd. Harrison Burton, 34th. 35th is Greg Biffle. Daniel Hemrick, 36th. 37th, Chase Briscoe. 38th is Chris Buescher, and Tyler Reddick rounds out the field. Fox back from the side-by-side commercial break as green flag pit stop starts. Some of the Fords are on pit road. Ryan Blaney, Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski are in. 29 laps to go at Talladega as we see right side tires only for the 12, the 4, and the 6. The 34 of Michael McDowell also on pit road. Austin Cindric in as well. So 5 cars pit. All Fords that time, and actually 6 of them. Almirola was in as well. So all 6 Fords had pit that last time by. And here come the Toyotas. Some of the Chevys trying to barrel their way in as well. Hamlin has to lock the tires up to try to get the pit road speed. Everybody gets through onto pit road this time successfully, as well as the Fords. More of them on pit road now. We'll see if they can cycle out ahead. Right side tire pit stops for Byron and Wallace. Surprised more drivers aren't taking fuel only. Right sides for Ty Dillon, Kyle Larson. It looks like most of the field taking right sides. Denny Hamlin is going to be the leader of this pack off pit road, but he is much further ahead than everybody else behind him. Corey LaJoie, Kyle Busch, Mark Truex Jr., Kurt Busch, Christopher Bell still have to pit. So does Noah Gragson in 6th. Top 6 still have to pit. Here they come. Trying to slow their cars up onto pit road. And it looks like they'll all get down successfully. So green flag pit stops in stage 1 and stage 3. They'll all be able to make it through successfully. Now who will cycle to the lead with 27 laps to go this time by? Denny Hamlin locked the tires up. I didn't really see anybody else lock tires up on their way onto pit road. And Hamlin, I believe, would be the leader if he cycles back through. Oh, contact between the Joe Gibbs Toyotas of Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell. Bell spins coming off of pit road, and we have a caution. And no, actually, we stay green. No caution. Bell was out of the way. And gets it corrected again. They were 3 wide coming out of the pits between Noah Gragson, Kyle Busch, and Christopher Bell. And there was contact between the 20 of Bell and the 18 of Kyle Busch. Bell goes for a spin, hits the inside retaining wall very lightly. We continue to stay green. Denny Hamlin will cycle to the lead. Bell has lost the draft after the spin. Kyle Busch is at the back of the pack right now. He was not able to get up to speed as quickly with the contact. And the lead pack is really strung apart. But Denny Hamlin is the race leader with 26 laps to go. He's cycle ahead compared to everybody else. We'll go through the running order again just because of all the changes made, at least through the top 10. Denny Hamlin is the leader. Kyle Larson 2nd. Eric Jones 3rd. William Byron 4th. Ross Chastain rounds out the top 5. Justin Haley in 6th. Kurt Busch 7th. Martin Truex Jr. 8th. Corey LaJoie 9th. And Austin Dillon rounds out the top 10 following green flag pit stops in the final stage. 25 laps to go this time by for Hamlin. It's a single file line right now on the bottom as they have all cycled off of pit road. The second group is trying to catch the first group right now. It looks like the top 9 are in the lead pack. Everybody from 10th on back in the second group. It's been hard to make runs happen today, and it's taken a few laps to try and get it connected. And now Corey LaJoie backs up to the second pack, and he leads this second group. Getting a pole on Martin Truex Jr. on the back straightaway. But it doesn't look like he is going to pull out a line and try to make the pass this time. He'll stay single file to the back bumper of Martin Truex Jr. in 9th place. Brad Keselowski had a pit road speeding penalty during the green flag pit stops. He had to come back down, make the pass-through penalty. His chances of winning are likely done. He's going to need a caution to get back into it. And he may end up going a lap down before he has a chance. No manufacturer is in ordinance, at least when you look at the top of the leaderboard, except for Chevrolet. Chevy's run 2nd through 6th place right now. And you'd have to imagine if Kyle Larson makes the move, he's going to have a lot of help behind him. And it's going to be tough for Denny Hamlin to try and hold on. He is the only Toyota in the top 6. No Fords until you go back to Blaney in 13th. So they're all lined up, but they're much further back. And the Fords haven't seemed as fast today compared to what they were at Daytona at the start of the season in speed weeks. By the way, that was Brad Keselowski's second speeding penalty of the day. He had one in stage 1 also during the green flag pit stop there. He was on entry the first time. It was exiting pit road this time around. Who will be the first to make a move, and when will it happen? You can't wait till the final couple laps of the race if you're further back. You're going to have to make the move sooner. But now maybe a little too soon with 23 to go. Now 22 at the line. Some of the fastest cars in the field today would be the 2311 Toyotas of Kurt Busch and Bubba Wallace. They run 7th and 11th. So they're not really together. Kurt Busch does have a teammate, or a fellow Toyota driver at least, Martin Truex Jr. right behind him in 8th. So if he makes the move, I think he'll go with him. And Wallace will try to tag along, but he's a few car lengths behind those guys. So it'll be interesting to see if he could actually stick with them or not, if he did make the move, assuming that those guys are the first drivers to pull out of line in second. We're just kind of brainstorming here as we have 21 laps to go. And this is the calm before the storm being the checkered flag in the finish of this race. Justin Haley, who has not had a top 10 all season long, is in 6th. Super Speedway dominator with Kaulig racing in the Xfinity Series. Can he get the win for Kaulig today? His teammate dropped an engine, though, earlier in the race of Daniel Hemrick, so he has no teammates to work with. He's going to have to try to align himself with Ross Chastain. And then the Hendrick Chevys of Larson and Byron ahead. But really, if you look at Eric Jones, Chastain, and Haley, all race for 2-car organizations. The other car in that organization's out of the race. They were involved in the lap 90 accident. Except for the 16 of Hemrick, who was involved in the 3-car accident at the end of stage 1. It's going to be harder to make those moves unless they all work together, which I would have to imagine would probably be the case. There are 2 lap cars that are drafting together that are about to go a lap down. That would be Brad Keselowski, and I believe he is drafting with the 55 of J.J. Yaley. And when the pack catches them, that might be where we see some drivers make some moves. They should get to them about another lap or so. Right now, the lead pack is made up of 19 cars. The cars who have lost the draft, Landon Castle, Noah Gragson, 5 seconds off the lead. They're drafting with each other. Christopher Bell spun coming out of the pits after contact with Kyle Busch, all by himself. David Reagan by himself as well. Lost the draft in the 15 car for Rick Ware Racing, and then Keselowski had the speeding penalty. And is going to have to try and stay on the lead lap. J.J. Yaley's the one he is drafting with. Yaley is a lap down, about to go 2 down. So he will not be able to get back into this race with a free pass, going a second lap down. And here they come off of turn 4. They have caught the top 2. Hamlin makes the move to the outside. Everybody goes with Denny Hamlin for right now. Hamlin can't pull down too soon or he's in danger of losing the lead. He'll stay to the outside with the 5 of Kyle Larson right behind him, followed by Eric Jones in 3rd. And Larson is going to hang Hamlin out to dry on the outside. Denny Hamlin went to the bottom too soon after lapping the other cars. But the 45 of Kurt Busch is going to let Hamlin in line. That's going to line 3 Toyotas up together on the bottom behind the 5 Chevrolets, who now lead the field. Corey LaJoie and Bubba Wallace get shuffled out of line on the outside now as they couldn't get back down to the bottom, and the lane switched from the top to the bottom. Hamlin just didn't block Larson enough, and Kyle Larson was able to take the lead away from Denny Hamlin. Larson has never won on a super speedway in his Cup career with either Hendrick Motorsports or Chip Ganassi Racing, but he leads with 17 laps to go now. Eric Jones has not won since 2020 in the Southern 500. 2019 in the Southern 500, excuse me. It's been 2.5 years since his last win of the Cup Series, runs in second. William Byron, the only two-time winner this season, is in third. Chastain, a one-time winner this year, in fourth. And Justin Haley, one-time winner in his entire Cup Series career, rounds out the top 5. And those guys are all within about 0.3 of a second of each other, single file at the front of the field again. Next lap car they're going to catch is going to be David Reagan. Reagan will stay to the outside. That means that the lap cars, or the lead lap cars, will be able to all stay organized on the bottom lane. Getting your share of the Super 6. Well, good luck, Terry, if you end up winning that. Or a chunk of the change. Still single file. That was the mini storm. That was like a pass-through shower. We're still waiting. It's back to calm after the pass-through shower before the final storm with 15 laps to go. Eric Jones keeps taking a peek to the outside, but he knows that Byron likely will not go with him, with Byron's teammate Kyle Larson leading the way. I'd be shocked if William goes with the 43 car. I almost wonder if the Toyotas are going to make the move first, which I would not be surprised considering there's 3 of them lined up, of Hamlin, Kurt Busch, and Martin Truex Jr. 6th through 8th behind the 5 Chevrolets in front of them. Then there's 2 Chevys behind them of Austin Dillon and Chase Elliott. Will they stay on the bottom with the rest of the Chevys, or will they go to the outside? And Ryan Blaney's still the first Ford in line. He is in 11th. With a couple Fords behind him of Almirola and Harvick. And I think the Toyotas and Fords are probably going to have to work together here. There's a lot of cars at the back of the pack trying to go to the outside right now. They're getting the outside work together. Harvick is going to bail on the outside, and he goes to the bottom to try to pick up a few more positions. Almirola and Kyle Busch were trying to lead the way up high. A lot of bump drafting between Busch and Almirola. And there's only 4 cars with them, now 5. Cindric moves up behind McDowell and Bubba Wallace, who are also up high, but there's just not enough cars up there, and they are too far back to make the run happen. 13 to go this time by. Sky JK2, welcome to the stream. Welcome all 85 of you and counting who are coming in for the finish of the race. Chase Elliott now going to move to the outside with Ryan Blaney. That's in front of Eric Almirola and those 4 cars who stayed on the outside. Blaney gives Elliott a massive push through turns 1 and 2. Hangs onto it. Hamlin thought about moving up, stays on the bottom, and Chase Elliott leads the outside groove, and he's up to about the 6th place car of Denny Hamlin on the bottom. Bowman moves to the outside, and here comes the line on the top. Things are heating up. No longer single file with 13 laps to go. Chase Elliott is the lead car with Ryan Blaney behind him. All Chevrolets in the top 5 still controlling the pack on the inside line. Side by side and 2 by 2 from 6th on back. Blaney, another massive shot to Chase Elliott. Chastain does not move up in front. Will Byron go up in front of his teammate Chase Elliott? Still staying on the bottom is the top 3 as they run 2 by 2 from 4th on back, and they're closing in on a lap car. Byron moves up in front of his teammate. Jones moves to the outside, and so does Larson. Here comes Chastain to the bottom. He's got a push from Justin Haley, and Larson goes down in front of the 1. Now the 43 leads the outside lane with a push from Chase Elliott, and they're side by side for the lead. Eric Jones on the top, Kyle Larson on the bottom. 11 laps to go this time by at Talladega on the Geico 500. Half a car length lead at the line for Eric Jones as he leads that last lap over the 5 of Larson. 3 wide further back, Bowman gets shuffled out of line and he'll have to drop to the back of this 22 car lead pack. Lap car is going to stay down on the apron of the track and out of the way for the leaders to race by. Smart move. That was J.J. Yaley. We'll see if Bell will do the same, as they'll catch him maybe in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Bell stays on the bottom. He may have to race Keselowski for the free pass position if we do see a late accident. Stacking him up off of turn 4. Jones nearly spins as he loses a lot of ground. They're going to be able to get around Bell, who stays on the bottom of the racetrack as they split 2 and 3 wide around him to the outside. Byron was pushing the 43 a little too much and almost spun him out. And Jones is now back to side by side with Hamlin for 4th as the top 3 are on the bottom. Byron trying to line up the push correctly this time down the back straightaway on the 43. Still alongside Hamlin, they didn't move forward that time. Jones starting to shuffle the outside back a little bit more. And the outside is starting to fade. 9 laps to go at the line this time by. One car jumps out of line to the 3rd lane. That would be Michael McDowell. Nobody goes with him. Chastain pushes the 5 of Larson. Justin Haley trying to pull off the upset for Colleague Racing in that 3rd place position. More cars again to the outside. A couple of the lap cars who are a lap down of Brad Keselowski and Christopher Bell are in that outside lane. And now Brad pulls to the bottom. Bell still on the outside. Jones trying to aggressively side draft the bottom lane as he's still the lead car up high. Byron pushes him. Almost an accordion effect up there as Elliott was pushing the 24 of Larson into the tri-oval. Blaney in the outside as well, along with Eric Almirola. Push in the middle of the corner, knocks the 43 a little bit wide. Stays in the gas, trying to keep control. A little bit of a run down the back straightaway this time by for Eric Jones in the 43. And they are starting to move forward again. The push into turn 3. The 43 wiggles. Stays on the throttle as he tries to power forward. He's alongside Hamlin again for 4th. Will any of the top 3 try to move up in front of the 43 of Eric Jones, or will they stay on the bottom? 7 laps to go this time by at Talladega. Here comes Jones. Big run in the tri-oval. Inside line stacks up. Haley has left the 1 of Ross Chastain. Top 2 on the bottom, pulling away with a bump draft of their own of Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson. Jones is on the outside of the 31 of Haley. On the bottom lane, how they somehow got stacked up in the middle of the tri-oval. I'm not sure how that happened, but they did. And here comes the 43. He's on the outside of the 5 of Larson into turn 3 on the outside. William Byron continues to push Eric Jones as Jones gets a little squirrely. Now tries to side draft the 5 of Kyle Larson. 6 to go. Dead heap off of turn 4. Jones not clear, but he's got a half a car length lead on Kyle Larson in the tri-oval. The Hendrick Chevys are split up. You have one on the bottom, and then you have Elliott on the high side, along with Byron as well on the outside. Alex Bowman much further back, but I think he is also on the top. He's about the 6th car in line on the top behind Eric Almirola. Larson clear again, but does not pull to the outside. He stays to the bottom with Ross Chastain. Eric Jones clear in turn 3, but stays on the outside with William Byron in the 24. coming to 5 laps to go as they work their way through the tri-oval again. Jones is going to lead this lap at the line. Over 100 people in the chat watching. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We're ramping up to the finish. Jones thought about making the move to the bottom with the block, but he thought better of it. He knew he wasn't clear. Now Larson thinks about going to the outside, but he pulls to the bottom. Still side by side. Aggressive pushing in the draft. Will they make it to the checkered flag? Will they get to the white? They get to the final lap and a caution comes out, then the race will end. The outside is fading except for the top 2 of Byron and Jones. They need the side draft. Elliott backing up to get a run on the 24 car of Byron. Now he's going to give the 24 a big push. And that's going to knock him into the 43 of Erik Jones. They all stay connected and they stay together. 4 to go. Kyle Larson trying to win his first super speedway race of his career. Erik Jones trying to lock this petty GMS Chevrolet into the playoffs with a win. Same for Justin Haley, who's still third in line on the bottom. Bubba Wallace further back trying to get a third lane started on the high side. 1 car goes with him. Now 2 cars go with him, but he has to drop back down into the middle groove, it looks like. No, he'll still stay high. Walls has been very, very fast today, but does he have enough cars up there? Kurt Busch sandwiches himself in the middle between Ryan Blaney and Denny Hamlin. Hamlin gets shuffled out of line on the bottom. Blaney now on the outside lane as he moves up. Big loose moment by Kurt Busch, but he saves it into the corner, and they're nearly 4 wide as they scramble into turns 1 and 2. Byron trying to block Chase Elliott. Everybody's getting separated now. 3 and 4 wide off of turn 2 in the middle of the pack. 2.5 laps to go. The top 4 single file on the bottom. Blaney pushing Elliott in the third lane on the top. Byron pulls to the bottom as he had enough room between Truex and Kurt Busch. That quickly just lost any momentum the second and third lane had when they went 4 wide. Hamlin has an issue. He's going to drop off the track and come to pit road this time. Erik Jones leads with 2 laps to go as it's single file through the top 7 or 8 on the inside line. And there's a big gap right now between that second pack and the first pack. Will there be enough momentum for drivers in the second group to make a run? Lap car on the bottom. Jones goes to the outside off of turn 2. Now he's in the middle lane trying to block Larson. Slowly trying to move down to the double yellow line, and they do. Going into 3 and 4. Will they get to the white flag, and then from there will they make it to the checker? We have not had a caution in the final stage yet. I don't think they're going to catch any more lap cars. Into the tri-oval. Final lap for Erik Jones. Can he win and pull off the upset for petty GMS? Erik Jones has now won since the Southern 500 in 2019. Justin Haley pulls to the outside, but nobody goes with him in the top 7. Bowman's with him, but they're about 8 rows deep. Byron moves up with Kurt Busch. Now back to the bottom goes Busch. Byron leads the outside lane with Haley behind him. Larson pushes the back of the 43. He's getting pushed by the 1 of Chastain, but Larson does not go with him. Now Kurt Busch to the outside with the 1. Everybody's broken up. Larson backing up for a last-ditch effort. Can he get a run on Erik Jones? Jones has a big gap as they work their way into the tri-oval for the final time. Larson moves Busch into the wall. Contact. Chastain on the bottom. Big wreck in the back of the pack. Ross Chastain makes the 3-wide pass for the lead, and Chastain is going to win at Talladega. Bunch of torn-up cars in the back of the pack. Into the tri-oval as there were a bunch of mini crashes all over the place, and Ross Chastain is going to win. His second win of the season, and it just fell into his lap as Larson went high and wrecked the 45 of Busch. And the 43 went high to block Larson, leaving Chastain open on the bottom. And Ross Chastain is going to be the winner. Second win for the Trackhouse Racing #1 team. Bubba Wallace has climbed out of his car after taking a hard lick head-on into the wall. He's bent over, likely with the wind knocked out of him. The Watermelon Man has done it again. So Kurt Busch had a run into the tri-oval, coming to the checkered flag. Really, he made the move to the outside, but the one of Chastain kind of forced him really wide. That didn't break the momentum of the 45 car, though. Larson backed up to try to get a run on the 43 of Eric Jones as Jones had a gigantic gap ahead of the pack. Larson moved up thinking he had enough clearance on the 45 of Busch, but it was not enough clearance. And after the contact between Larson and Busch, stalled out the outside, and Jones went up to try and block Larson, leaving the bottom open for Ross Chastain to win the race. Unbelievable. Thank you for everybody that was joining in. We'll keep this race live during the post-race. You'll get to listen to any of the post-race interviews going forward. For those of you that I did not call out, we had over 100 people there at the very end of the race. A lot of you guys joined in those final 13 laps. What a crazy finish to this one. I can't believe the final stage went caution-free. I don't think that's ever happened at Talladega. I mean, they wrecked in the tri-oval in the last lap, but I mean, that was it. At least they made it to then. The race ended under green. What a win for Ross Chastain. We'll go through the finishing results after the interview with Ross Chastain on the front stretch. See White Flame, T-Storm 2121, Zach Sewell, Austin Reed, Matthews Racing and Gaming. Welcome everybody to the stream again that tuned in late. Maybe the first time. Like and subscribe on your way out for more daily NASCAR content. Chastain cheering. About to smash a watermelon. Ross Chastain led one lap in this race, and it was the final couple 100 feet to the checkered flag. Same thing Keselowski did in the spring race last season. Put himself in position. Ross Chastain has won 2 races in the first 10 in 2021. A road course at Coda, and now a super speedway at Talladega. And there's the watermelon smash on the front stretch. His teammate was wrecked out earlier in the race on the lap 90 accident. He had no one to work with, but it fell into his lap on the inside. Here's Regan Smith with Ross Chastain.
As he enjoys a little bit of that watermelon right now, Ross, you were lapped down at one point in this race. Talk me through the crazy last lap. You stayed on the bottom. Things just opened up for you, and it worked out perfect for your second career win.
Holy cow. I'm always the one going to the top too early and making the mistake, and there at the end it was like 8 to go, and I was like, I'm not going up there again. I did that a couple times today, and I was like, I'll just ride in the bottom. If it works, I'm not going to lose the race for us. I'll just let them. And this Moose fraternity, almost 1 million Moose members across the world and the country. I know there's some out here at Talladega to win with the Moose on board. They've been with me for a few years now and supported me everywhere I've went. And I have no idea. They kept going up, and they just kept moving out of the way.
You come to Trackhouse Racing this season. Could you ever imagine this amount of success this early on in your tenure here?
No, Regan, are you kidding me? You know me. I've wrecked myself so many times, and gotten into it with guys. I probably got watermelon seeds. Well, this is a true seedless. Am I good? Would you tell me this time?
I would definitely tell you this time.
Yeah, I mean, Justin Marks and what he laid out for us was ambitious, and I had no idea, you know, what to expect other than I knew I had my group from last year. I had Advent Health, the Moose, now with Worldwide Express, and Jockey coming on board. We've got partners. They're believing in us. We started the year with a lot of races open. We're almost full now, and it's because of the vision of Justin Marks. Pitbull Armando, we won, dude!
That's awesome.
Unbelievable. Vince Welsh standing with Eric Jones.
Today, where did it go wrong?
Yeah, I mean, just the last lap, right? I mean, it's typical here. Been close here so many times in this race and in the fall race, but U.S. Air Force Chevy had good speed and just felt good to be up front. But you know, coming there that last lap, we were single file. I felt pretty good about it, but they kind of doubled up behind us, and that top lane was getting some momentum. Looking back, I wish I would have stayed on the bottom and let the one push me. I didn't realize they were coming with that much speed. But to try to defend on the 5, you're too far ahead already right here, and obviously a defense on the 5 kind of gives the door to the 1. So. It is what it is. You're trying to just win the race. You can only see so much is going on from the seat, and you're trying to make the best decision you can in the last, 1,500 feet. But happy to run up front, lead laps. Just really would love to get the 43 victory lane. I thought today might be the day. All day long we were fast and had speed, and especially being up front there at the end, the last 10, I knew we had a shot, but just couldn't quite close it out.
6th place doesn't tell the story for Eric Jones, Jamie.
Jamie Little with Kyle Larson.
32 laps today, and you said when you got out of the car, I made a mistake. What would you have done differently?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I did a pretty near perfect job for me at a super speedway until the last lap there. Yeah, I should have I think just kind of faked going high and then went back low. I had that run, and Ross helped me with that run, and it kind of baited me into going to the outside. So. Just a little inexperience probably there, but really proud of my team. We did a great job executing all race long. The car was great. I felt like we could push people great. I felt like we could receive pushes well. So, yeah, like I said, really proud of them. Honestly, the first time I've had a legit shot at winning a plate race in the Cup Series, so happy about that. But when you are that close, and I was in the exact position I wanted to be in, I didn't want to be leading. So I feel like I did a good job with patience and stuff. Just made one small mistake there and cost me win.
First ever top 5 at Talladega for Kyle Larson.
Ross Chastain for kid giving the checkered flag to a kid. Give a piece of the watermelon to the kid. That's what the watermelon man just did on the front stretch at Talladega. We'll take a rundown of the finishing results while Fox goes to commercial before heading into their post-race. If there are more interviews following the commercial break, then you guys will get to see them live on the channel here. Ross Chastain picks up win number 2. He led 1 lap, and that was the most important one, the final one, leading the final couple hundred feet, coming to the checkered flag by just staying low and going. And he had the run and the help from the guy who finished in second place, Austin Dillon, who also didn't lead a lap today, but good finish for Dillon. That's crucial considering that there were a decent amount of drivers that were knocked out of the race today, and that's a good points day for Dillon without a win this year. Kyle Busch ends up finishing in third, 0.2 of a second off the lead. Also, margin of victory over Austin Dillon was 0.1 of a second. Kyle Larson ends up finishing in fourth, also 0.2 of a second off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. as well, 0.2 of a second off the lead, ends up rounding out the top 5. Eric Jones, who led into the final couple hundred feet, fell back to 6th. Chase Elliott finishes 7th. Michael McDowell gets a great top 10 run, finishing 8th. Alex Bowman 9th, and Kevin Harvick rounds out the top 10. Ryan Blaney 11th, Justin Haley 12th, Eric Almirola 13th, Corey LaJoie 14th, William Byron 15th. Kurt Busch 16th, Bubba Wallace 17th, Denny Hamlin 18th, Landon Castle 19th, Noah Gragson 20th. And Austin Cindric was the last car in the lead lap. He finished 21st. Christopher Bell ends up 22nd. First car 1 lap down. Keselowski had the speeding penalty late, finished 23rd. David Reagan ended up 24th. J.J. Yeley 25th. BJ McLeod 26th, Todd Gilliland 27th, Cody Ware 28th, Cole Custer 29th, and 30th was Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 31st was Daniel Suarez, Joey Logano 32nd, Ty Dillon 33rd, Harrison Burke 34th, Craig Biffle 35th, Daniel Humbrick 36th, 37th was Chase Briscoe, Chris Buescher 38th, and Tyler Reddick had an engine failure very early in the race, about 25 to 30 laps in. He ends up finishing last today. Unbelievable race at Talladega. Crazy finish to that one. The final stage went caution-free. Total, we only had 5 cautions in today's race, and one of those was the stage break at stage 2. We had a crash at the end of stage 1, which ended the stage a little prematurely there as far as the green flag laps went. Average race speed at 151.14 miles an hour. And again, congratulations to Ross Chastain for getting his 2nd win of the season. You can see all the lead changes there on the scoring chart. We had quite a few of them, especially in those last 13 laps. But Ross Chastain wins the Geico 500 at Talladega today. As far as how the predictions went for today's race, we'll go through that next, starting off with the must-have drivers, the drivers who I said would absolutely get top 10s today and would be threats to win: Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin. Hamlin dropped out. He had some sort of mechanical issue with like 3 laps to go. He ended up finishing in 18th. He got the car back on the racetrack. Maybe he had a tire going down or something, but he ended up pulling onto pit road coming to 3 laps to go in the race. Ends up 18th. He was obviously leading laps at one point in the final stage. He led 9 laps in this race. It was in the top 7 before pulling onto pit road. Ryan Blaney finishes 11th, so I was wrong on both of those two today. Blaney did lead laps in the final stage as well. He led 23 laps today, but was unable to hold on to the lead from there. The sleeper picks in today's race were Brad Keselowski, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They both finished outside the top 10. Stenhouse got caught up in a wreck at lap 90 and finished 93 laps down in 30th. And Brad Keselowski had a pit road speeding penalty on the green flag pit stops towards the end of the race. Unfortunately finished in 23rd. So 0 for 4 there. The don't have predictions. The drivers who I said would absolutely not have a good finish in today's race: Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., and Daniel Suarez. Kyle Busch finishes in 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. 5th. Both had top 5, so I was wrong there. Said they weren't going to get top 10s. The only prediction I got right today was Daniel Suarez not finishing in the top 10. He was also caught up in the lap 90 accident, finished 31st. So it looks like I went 1 for 7 on my predictions this week. Ouch. That's definitely the worst I think I've had in a very long time on the channel. I thought the Daytona 500 was bad. I think I had 2 of my predictions right then, but 1 at Talladega today. I think Fox is going off the air at 7 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. Next week's race for the NASCAR Cup Series will be at Dover. No live race commentary coming up then. I will be at my grandparents' house to watch the race that weekend. But we will be back for another live race commentary 2 Sundays from now at Darlington for the throwback race in the Goodyear 400. So next race, if you want to tune in for live race commentary, will be at Darlington in 2 weeks. That race will be on Fox Sports 1, I believe. This race on the main Fox network today. Kyle Busch dodged every wreck. Yes, he did. He didn't get caught up in one today. Great job. Ends up with a 3rd place finish. He proved me wrong. Him and Truex. They both had top 5s. They both had good cars, too. I'd say Truex had a much better car than Busch, but at the end of the day, they both got the top 5s. How deep into playoffs do I see Chastain going? As of right now, I mean, he's one of the championship favorites for me. He was in my Champ 4 on my last Power Rankings video. With him winning this race, there's no way he's falling out of it. So I'd say he can go pretty deep the way things are looking early on in this season. He's got 6 top 5s. That's more than any other driver on top of his 2 wins, which is tied for the most. He only led 1 lap today. He's led a decent amount of laps this season. I think Chastain can make a deep playoff run. what things have gone so far. David Cormier, welcome to the stream, and thanks for that. XS Gunshire 12, thanks for stepping in as well. Trishan Heidenkamp, see you at the end there. Hatsters McGee, thank you for watching. So that was the predictions. Now we have to check the fantasy on the NASCAR website. See how the fantasy team did today and see how your guys' fantasy team did in the league. Again, you can join onto the NASCAR mobile app or website. Go to fantasy, sign up with your email, search for KRC League, KRC in all caps, and then a capital L on league. You'll see the name title for the league here shortly. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing in 2023. If you win either the regular season championship or the playoff championship, everybody automatically qualifies for the playoffs. If you were in the league before then, you have to be a subscriber of the channel as well. Those are the only as long as you're a subscriber of the channel and you're in the league and you win, you got the chance at the tickets. So you might as well join. Gives you another incentive to subscribe and watch some daily NASCAR content on this channel as well, which greatly appreciate you guys coming out. Over 100 people again for another live race commentary live stream this season. Not as many as I thought it'd be today with it being Talladega, but we definitely had a lot more than we had throughout most of the race. So greatly appreciate you guys coming out and supporting me as always. So my team, forget the ad on the right, but my team this week, I had Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Brad Keselowski, Kevin Harvick, Ryan Blaney, Stenhouse. Stenhouse was in my garage after being in that wreck at lap 90. Took him out, so I didn't lose points on the garage this week. But yeah, Byron ended up with 39 points. Actually, let me go to the live race results. It'll be a little easier. So I had Byron. He had the top 5 most points today, so that was pretty good. Kevin Harvick on back did not do so hot. Harvick, Blaney, both outside the top 10 in the finish. Hamlin had that issue late. Keselowski had the speeding penalty. So my fantasy team did not look good today. It was looking good for most of the day, but it didn't end up good. Tim Irvin wins this week. If you see on the right-hand corner of the screen, the upper right-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the lineup for the KRC League and the unofficial race results. Again, this is pending post-race review. 189 points for Tim Irvin. Aiden Rowland with 166 in second. Tim Irvin, congratulations, winning this week at Talladega. Justin Haley fan ends up finishing in third. I ended up finishing in fourth. And Legato Girl 22 rounds out the top 5 for this week. The points in our standings coming into the week, and actually our points leader, Inside Uranus, finished in 9th with 134. So he lost a lot of his lead. And we'll see how big his lead was coming into this week. Oh, that's the overall standings. I was like, I don't know who any of those guys are. All right, there we go. Here's the league standings so far in the regular season. Again, Inside Uranus came in with an 80-point lead over Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan. Number 2, P-Shat Motorsports was coming in third. Coming into the week, EC23 was fourth. And Justin Haley fan, who finished third today, came in top 5. I think he was the highest finisher of anybody in the top 5 in points. So even though I had a bad week, it looked like a lot of us had bad weeks this week, except for a select few. Up to 100 people, I think, could be in the league by the rules on this website. But we have 20 of them in it right now, so definitely want to tune in for the predictions videos on a weekly basis as I try to give you guys my best analysis. It was not good this week, unfortunately. But next week, we'll hope for better with the predictions. Still doing pretty good on the year as a whole, except for the sleeper picks. I'm even further in the hole than what I already was. But the must-haves, the don't-haves, were pretty good. So that's going to wrap things up for our post-race. Like and subscribe, again, for more daily NASCAR content. I'll see you guys in the next live stream. That will be tomorrow night on the channel. It'll be NASCAR Chase for the Cup 2005 on the channel tomorrow. And it will be our next Cup Series race. in our race for the championship, trying to get Biffle a title. He has a 105-point lead over Dale Earnhardt Jr. with 9 races to go. After a great comeback to finish in second place last night, for those of you that might have missed the end of that stream, go back and watch it. It was insane what happened. We came from a lap down to finish in second, and Tony Stewart got the win in that one. It was his 4th win of the season. But anyway, that'll be tomorrow. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will be the start of that live stream. That'll be the next live stream on the channel. Again, the next live race commentary will be in 2 weeks at Darlington. I won't be at Dover next week, but I will be at my grandparents' house to watch the race. I picked out 4 races to watch with my grandparents, like old time's sake this season. So that is going to be the second one of those this year that I'll be doing. So appreciate, again, the support as always, and I'll see you guys tomorrow night.